Oh, it's on.
We're good. Thank you, hon. See you later.
I think people are delayed.
Well, Beth's flight was delayed. Catherine's stuck in traffic.
You want me to call it to order, or?
I think so.
We'd like to call the meeting to order, please. Welcome. This is the second meeting of the Uniform Pre-Nursing Curriculum Advisory Committee. And I guess we need to call roll to see if we have a quorum. We know that there's some folks that flights and traffic are creating some problems. Elizabeth Arnold, Vernon College. Hi. Carolina Huerta. Karen Iverson. Courtney Scholmeyer, Texarkana. Oh, there you are, Courtney. Deborah Wise Matthews from Texas A&M. Gail Timmerman, UT Austin. Helen Reed, Trinity Valley. Jan Hooper, Board of Nursing. Carla Chapman, Texas Tech. Catherine Tart, University of Houston.
She's going to be late.
Beth Mancini, UT Arlington. Will be late. Is it G. Archer? Yes. Yeah, there you are. Nancy Walters, Austin Community College. Cynthia O'Neill, UT Health Science Center, San Antonio. Carolyn Martin here. Gail Meager, El Paso Community. Felici, okay, Washington, Prairie View. Roxanne Nelson, UT San Antonio. Rex Peebles, Coordinating Board, and Donna Carlin, Coordinating Board. Okay, looks like we have a quorum. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4 not here right now, so we do have a quorum, so we can.
And our note taker was Catherine Tart, who's not here. Didn't we have a backup? Do we have a volunteer? But, okay, then, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, really. Okay, if we could look at the minutes from the last meeting, are there any corrections, additions, deletions to this? Yes, yes, we'll have to give Catherine a pat on the back when she gets here, yes. Okay, so a motion to accept the minutes as written? So moved. And second? Second. Did you? Yeah. Gail motion and Deb seconded. And so all in favor of the minutes as written, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, minutes approved as written. Okay. We were sitting up here having a little conversation about all this data because there is a lot. And how we were going to go about pulling out information so we can put a report together for the coordinating board to pass on to the legislature and see what we're going to do with this. I guess, Donna, we're kind of open to what we think. Is anybody, I mean, have you looked at this information and looked at it?
I think what will be helpful is if we go through the data that we got back in the summaries and see what it is that we can, that we can come up with some generalities and trends about. And if there is additional information that's needed, then potentially we could form some subcommittees to look deeper into those data that we have available.
We had talked about just for a minute, maybe if we had little subcommittees that could look at one piece of it and pull out and do a summary of just that one area. It'd be easier than all of us looking at the whole entire thing. I had gone through some of these and had kind of done some hand counts on some things that were relatively easy because the data was just right there. So that part, it seems to be the prereq.
The ADN or the BSN?
Well, pull up the ADN first. Let's look at the ADN and see, because there were also places where the question was not exactly answered the way that we we hope we ask it, you know. Interpretation's always, you know, part of this. And there are, you know, some missing pieces here and there. The one good thing to me about the spreadsheets, though, is those can be sorted by school. Did you,
Except I was interested in looking at a specific school to see what that school listed as their prerequisites, and I could not find that on the spreadsheet.
could not.
I think her question, like, for example, if you want to bring up Alvin Community College, her question is whether or not that individual school's responses could be reviewed.
Yeah.
Go across and find what prerequisites they said they.
The second row of the spreadsheet.
It is, oh,
I think it's AJ, the column AJ.
AJ. Which they have nothing there,
Right, and they may not.
and they
because
may
have-
not, yeah.
But, so go down to column 6
Let's see, 3, 4.
on AJ.
So this is, I think you are referencing table.
Right, the
Yeah.
table,
That's-
that's what I know, the table. I
That
want to know on the
question from-
table,
Right,
which,
and the way to navigate, the way. The number is gonna help you figure that. The table starts here, I believe. Column in the survey. I think it might be helpful for you to.
right, but everybody listed I know, everybody listed the courses, so I see that, but where do we see where that specific college checked which one of those they required to apply and which ones they required to take before they enroll? On the table,
Yeah,
Right, so if you see that
okay.
program is populated in the table, that means I am ready.
Right, but which course? Which course? Because we've had several courses up until then.
yeah.
I know the aggregate in terms of how many have like selected A and P and how many have selected each, but I wanted to know, well, is there, you know, how many schools have just one prerequisite? How many schools have 2 prerequisites? How many schools have 5 prerequisites? So you can kind of see what the average number of prerequisites is, so if you could see that,
Right, I see what you're saying.
but how do we know whether it's a prerequisite to apply or a prerequisite to start the nursing courses?
Match the information.
I still, but like on, if we're looking at 6, so Hammer, so I can't, I know they've got AMP 1 and 2, microbiology and general psychology and English, but yeah, that number six, let's do line 6.
C3. Oh, okay. Now I am on column N, C 3.4, number 1 underscore 1. And then what else is
No,
there?
school 1's probably not a good, can you do like,
It's not?
do school 6?
What's score 6?
Jerry Hammer School.
Oh, here, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing you will have to remember, if you don't process or clean the data file, in order for you to understand the data file, is that you're gonna have to remember the number that's included in the heading. And so that's C 3.4, number 1 underscore 1 underscore 1 underscore text. Text means that it's a text type of question that we included in the survey. So now if we go to College of Maryland, they indicated that they have a course for AMP1 with lab,
Okay.
and then you will have to scroll 23 across 23 rows, or 22. So you see how so right now the column heading for AI is C 3.4, number 1 underscore 22, number underscore 1 underscore text. So that's essentially showing you that this is the response they have for that other courses, which is the last item you have on column 1.
Okay.
And then the way to find the information that you're interested in, say in this case it's AMP1 with lab for that specific course they have listed, this is gonna be the indication. The following, the spreadsheet is gigantic, and that's one of the challenges. So you can see the heading of the question that the following chart is to identify the prerequisites and whatever. That's the question wording for column 3 in the paper survey. And so now I'm going to number 6, row number 6. The college is indicating that yes, this course that are listed under AMP1 with lab is required to apply to the nursing program. If it's a prerequisite, they would check the box in the online survey, and then you will have a populated field in the spreadsheet. And this is where I highly recommend that the data be cleaned, because this is not easy to navigate because of the way the survey was designed and how it had to be translated into an online survey tool.
Okay, so,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so if you
Yes.
look at AJ,
AJ,
then so it looks like a majority or do require AMP then to apply to the nursing program. Is that right? And then AK, guess it, so
it's very hard to navigate because the screen is small. Sorry. Well, I guess yes. If you just look at the frequency and how the answer is distributed, yes. So under AJ, which is the column I highlighted, I believe, appears that the majority of the programs check that whatever courses they listed is required for application to the nursing program.
then AK, I guess we'd have to figure out what AK was, but
AK,
is that, I don't know if that's, is that AMP
Column
2?
3.
no, so AK, because the survey was too wide,
Right.
and the online survey could not accommodate that. So what I did when building the survey is to combine column 3 and column 4 on the paper survey into one single column. And so AJ, you have whether the course is a prerequisite or not. And AK, for each of the courses, each course will get a pair of 2 columns indicating the information. AK is for the program to indicate if the course is a prerequisite and must be taken before student can take nursing courses. And you will see if a checkbox, they use a checkbox to indicate if it's required before they can take the courses. So if you see the field populated, that means yes, it's required.
Checkbox and a course taken as a course results in the words, take nursing courses.
Yes,
Means they have to
if they
take
say
it
it's a
before they
prerequisite.
take it before.
Yeah.
No, it's part of their nursing courses.
Yeah, before they can
This one
take,
right
that's
here, right
column, yeah,
It's
that's
four.
column four,
So
means,
AK is a combination.
Prior to coming into a nursing
right.
It's column 3.
Yes. Okay, so
And then if they have to take it before they take the nursing courses, that's why it says take nursing courses. Well, that's what that column 4 is. Let's check if nurse is a prerequisite that must be taken before student can take nursing courses. That's what
4
column
is
4
take.
is.
3 is apply.
They can apply, be accepted.
Yes.
If you go back, AJ talks about column 3.
AJ,
Yes. Says
what's column 3?
Column 3, check if course is a prerequisite that must be taken
Yes,
before.
column 3 is indicated in the paper survey.
It says,
AK
but
is
they say
4.
it says column, okay.
So when we get to the 2s, as you can see on the spreadsheet, you will have C 3.4 number 2 underscore 2 underscore 1, followed by C 3.4 number 2 underscore 2 underscore 2. And that indicates to you that it's the pair of the checkboxes I included in the online survey. The ones indicates whether it's a prerequisite for application. 2s indicates whether it's a prerequisite before they can take the nursing courses.
So AN is which course? Can you,
AN
that AMP 2?
AN and AO will be the information for AMP2 with
AMP
lab,
2, okay.
since it's the third in the sequence.
Okay. Okay, so then you don't have many under rest. Get to AZ, which one is AZ? AZ and BA? Is that psychology?
So that, you see the 2 underscore 9 underscore 1, 9 indicates to you that it's gonna be the 9th course in your listing.
Okay, so which is what? Oh, that's microbiology?
Well, is that?
Microbiology was lab, if I counted correctly.
Okay, so a lot of them did not require it to apply, some did, but more said they had to do it before they took nursing, which makes sense. Okay. Now this makes more sense.
Okay, what if we start from number 1 and go across? Do you think it would be easier to do it like that? And,
Well, we already know the totals.
okay, so if we go back to Alvin, let's just go back to the top and just look, and start with AMP, which would be column C34, number 1, underline 1, text.
So they don't require any prerequisites. They just require some before they start the nursing courses.
That's column 2.
And that makes sense with what I know about Alvin,
Yeah, okay.
because they have 5 semesters of nursing courses, so they were told by ASIN they couldn't have any prerequisites, so that makes sense to me. then I don't know how they can say. Yeah. But that doesn't make any sense with what number 4 says.
Four is AMP2 without a lab. So that's column 2.
If you look at number 6 that we were looking at, they require 5 courses before they can apply.
But it doesn't have.
You need me to go to a specific row or column?
And 7 has 3 courses. I was just trying to see if there was any trends in terms of how many courses.
On the PDF, on number 6, they do have where it lists the different courses and which ones are required to apply, and which ones are required to take nursing courses. I found that particular page on the PDF to be helpful in looking at the trends.
Yeah, the majority were as A&P, of course, but then I just wondered, so is A&P paired with something else in particular, or just paired with with others? I was trying to see if there, or did somebody have a bunch of courses?
Mr. Gold?
I guess that's what it would be, yes. I mean, we can tell which ones are, we could pick the highest 4 or something. Thing, but I don't think if there's only 15, I can find my.
That's what I agree with you. It shows that.
Yeah.
And then-
I was just trying to
so
see-
we
right.
can see the majority, and we can see how many are outliers. Therefore, from that, what do we gain? Because
Yeah.
say it seems as if Texas will require this, but therefore this. What are we supposed to be doing?
Yes, Cynthia.
Well, if we go back to what the charge is, the first charge was
That's the prerequisite courses that are required for each undergraduate professional nursing. So that Excel spreadsheet does that, so.
we've done that, right? Yay. Now, the next one had to do with the ability of a student to use course credit earned at one institution and qualify for consideration for admission offered at another institution, and that's a more complicated question. And then if we go down to what we're supposed to ultimately be able to recommend, is we're supposed to be able to recommend the prerequisite courses that a student must complete to qualify for consideration. So it seems to me that we want to be able to cluster this information in terms of 10 universities or 10 colleges require this.
Correct.
And are all similar. These 5 are all similar. These 7 are all similar. And to cluster to see where the similarities are.
And not only within the courses, but I also think within the type of a university as well, versus, say, a health science center institution versus a general academic campus who may be offering nursing education. See if there's any similarities with that. That would make something to have an outlier. I don't know.
Well, and I think those those similarities are already built in because the community colleges have certain restrictions, so the community colleges are all going to look somewhat similar in some of these things. The health science centers don't offer core curriculum courses, so from that perspective, all the health science centers are going to be somewhat the same. I do think in some fashion, we need to really commend and send out a huge thank you for us getting 100% cooperation on this. So I really recommend that we send out some kind of magnificent thank you to the state on that regard. But in terms of trying to cluster all of this, I think it's going to be hard in the context of this kind of meeting to do that. I really think we have to break into teams in order to cluster it.
I mean, because you've got your AMP 1 at 35, and then you've got these others that are 16, 10, 15, and 17. They'd be your next, but that's,
And this
you
is
know,
only
let's-
for one track in the survey. It's only for
oh, yeah.
generic, and there are
Start
other.
with the
other
basics and
two,
then
right.
figure out what, then go to the more complex. But then, I mean, you're talking about, so 10, that's, 20% of it. So are we going to recommend that everybody conform to what 20% are doing?
But I don't know that that's up to us to make that recommendation, is it? Aren't we just reporting the data?
Oh, I thought we were making a
That, I
recommendation.
mean, we've got to make a recommendation,
making a
but we can't
recommendation.
say, I mean, but based on.
We have to make a recommendation.
20
That's
yeah,
part of the
I know,
charge.
Yeah, but based on 20% that require this, that's not very, that's not going to be something that they're going to look at and go, well, okay, it's only 20% of the schools, and why are you recommending that this be?
So if we came
a
out and
requirement.
said, okay,
Yeah.
we could recommend A and P, I mean, I'm just trying to supposition. So say we recommended A and P 1, that's it. So then, are they gonna take that and say, okay, nobody can require more than A and P 1 to apply? I mean, it's a very complex situation that, Beth has a question. Sorry, Dr. Mitzi.
I agree, Cynthia, that the issue here is how we clump, for lack of a better, more statistically accurate term. How do we clump all of this data so we can make sense out of it? Right now, there is no sense to this data. It simply exists. I think the spreadsheet could help us dive deeper if we have questions later on, but is really not useful for us to make any, for sense-making purposes. The PDFs by program, I think, provide us some opportunity, perhaps, to break out by program and work through these major questions which relate to directly to the charge, to say what are the common things and what percentage of the times do they appear. And then start to create a table of that information. With those comments in mind, one can start looking at, perhaps, the idea of, is there a cut point? Does it make sense to say, if 75% of the schools are asking for it, then it makes sense that it be asked for, and the 25% that we don't see, we can deep dive into their specific information, because in some places, I think it's a little bit gamey. Because when I looked a few across, I had a few questions of whether or not there was internal integrity of the data, because they would say no to a question or yes to a question, and then the one below contradicted it.
Right, yeah.
So there weren't a lot of, again, just scanning because the table is so big. But I think if we look off of the PDF broken out, then we can start making sense out of it, and then we could get to the general questions that we have here on the agenda for themes and findings by program. We would then see if there's cross-cutting themes across programs.
So what if we take, like, on the PDF, like, say, if you look at the ADN generic nursing program, and go through and say, this table right here, if y'all will begin to look at, say, the science prerequisites, and look at the commonalities that are there, and tally up numbers, really, because we really want to see how many require this, because the data's there. It tells you which question it is. It tells you which, if they're required before or take as nursing courses, and things like this, and then it has a.
So we have that.
Yeah, well, but for them to go through and look at it and say, okay, what are the common themes? Go through and pick out the common themes that we could pull out and say, okay, here, you know, we've got this, we have this table, we have the, let me see, what is that other table? I'm playing it out so small, I can't read it. I had even gone through like the ones like on the number of years, shelf life. I've counted up those. We have numbers for like the years that they, like the math, there's, if you go, and these pages aren't numbered, the math requirement, that one is all over the place. I mean, truly all over the place. You know, and I don't know if this is, you know, this is one we need to look at because most, if we look at it, most ADN programs don't require math because it's not in their, you know, course. So this will be something of, okay, so we've only got 20% who require a math. This is all over the place. How are we going to phrase this to indicate what our thoughts are about this? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I was looking at the math, and I don't understand how come some of these programs could put down developmental math. I mean, because they're not credit that's transferable. I understand that they might require it if they don't meet TSI at this certain level, but how can they say it's
But that's not
required
even
for
a
the
program
degree plan?
requirement, that's a college requirement. So that TSI is not the program component, it's the college.
I had the same questions about that too, Gail, and I wondered about just taking it out, but we, you know, I think that's going to have to be a
But it was
decision
reported.
from all of you. Because it's really, it's an individual, you know, it's for a student, an individual that doesn't meet the TSI requirements and whatever the college requires them to do to try and meet that.
Most of the college courses in some shape or form require that they have passed the TSI, and if that's looked at as that's understood, I wouldn't think that they would even need to be listed under here.
The other one that is really all over the place are the science courses that have prerequisites. This was nearly an even break, and it's kind of all over the place too because, you know, some of them, somebody that didn't even require micro, that I don't remember what program it was, I've got it marked on one of these sheets, that micro wasn't a requirement. Well, that presents an issue if they're going on to school, because micro is a requirement to get into the RN to BSN programs. You know, so it presents a problem that they don't have some of the sciences, you know, with, if they're planning, you know, which is what our plan is, they go on to school, is they don't have that either. So that's another one that's kind of all over the place about the requirement.
Is that is that considered, or should we consider that as a component of our recommendations to we build these bridges and pathways?
I think we have to consider the fact that the associate degree programs are required, we can only have 60 credits. And that's what happened to the micro at my college. I mean, we couldn't fit it into the 60 credits anymore. So it's unrealistic to think that for programs that are associate degree programs, you can have all the prerequisites that the baccalaureate programs require. It's not possible, not under the current rules.
Right, because we know they have to go back and pick some things up unless they can work it into a schedule.
That's what happened at our community college too, and micro went by the wayside.
Everybody had to pick something.
Yeah, yeah, it had to go, yeah, okay. So, a lot of, I guess I'm just kind of, where do we go with this? Because it's so much. Go ahead, yes.
I appreciate the struggle, but I'm concerned that we may be putting the cart before the horse. We're looking at what our recommendations could be without understanding the data. And I think that what we just heard is something that's going to come out as a peculiarity of the associate degree programs because of the 60 credit limit rule. And we need to capture that and put it there. And then we'll see when we look at the transfer programs how they fit. But it's good to surface what the potential complications can be. And the scope of our recommendations can be fairly broad to what should be, maybe, shouldn't be, all those different things I think we'll have. But there are some themes here. And I think if we start with those, and then there's going to be a lot of granular, really interesting stuff that may not be really what we need to address, as odd as it may seem or interesting as it may seem. It's really it is not within the scope of the charge. And we have to keep going back to what that charge is telling us we need to do.
And I wanted to add, because I keep going back to the charge and I keep going back to the act and what it says. And one of the most interesting things is that the way this is worded, it's equating ADN education and BSN education, two entirely different degree levels, all into one thing, which is what the struggle is. But I think in terms of our recommendations, it doesn't preclude us from saying in our recommendations at some point after we've analyzed all this and sorted this, that ADN is consistently this or not consistently this, and this is what it should be, and be. I mean, I think in our recommendations we can speak to some of these issues as you've said, Beth. But I agree. I think we've got to clean up the data and be able to really look at it and then see what the data is telling us.
But I agree as well. I think that our end recommendation is going to have to be in 2 levels.
I think that will show itself very quickly.
Yeah.
Jan, do the Board of Nursing rules still have broad statements of what the curriculum have to include, and is microbiology included?
We don't have specific courses. The content areas are there, but it could be included in nursing or not. And I think you've hit a key thing. We probably need to establish a group of courses that every nursing program has. Maybe associate degree, maybe BSN. This kind of underlying sounds like something like a core curriculum, but no, we don't name courses.
But do you name content areas? And is microbiology one of them? Okay.
Okay, we're open for suggestions about how to sit down and maybe groups of what, 4? And, or just go through and just try to look at the commonalities, and do that. Which one you want to start with?
Start with ADN.
Okay, so start with the ADN.
ADN generic?
ADN generic. Okay, so you want to just go question by question?
So can you tell us where you're starting again, please?
ADN generic
Oh,
printout.
ADN.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she's got it up there too. So,
Numbers there, how many?
okay, question, so the first question, there were 58 schools that responded. I'm not exactly sure why 7 schools responded, no, they didn't have a program,
They just have they have a LVN transition program.
just LVN, oh, okay.
Some have that.
All right, that helps. Yeah,
51 will be our N in
Yeah.
terms of these questions.
right. So with 51 generic ADN responding. Question 2, I had gone through and I had counted, and I'm one short, so I'm not exactly sure the semesters. What I came out with was 4 semesters. There were 31, 5 semesters. I came out with 15, 6 semesters, I came out with 3, and 7 semesters, I came out with 1, and I'm short one. I don't know where I missed on my count with 51 responding, because I only came out with 50. So I'm not exactly sure.
Just then say the majority is 4 to 5 semesters.
Yeah, yeah. Because that is easy, because that one, jumped out, so that one wasn't, a problem.
So can I ask a question? On the second page, for question 2 at the very top, it says 5. What is that 5?
Right, 5 semesters.
5
That's
semesters.
okay.
Yeah. There were, okay, so on that one, okay. So, all right, so that was question 2. On question 3, I'm sorry, Beth?
As we're going through here, and I don't know, Fuan, if you want to keep the running list of questions relative to cleanup, or... Okay, well, who's taking notes? Somebody taking minutes, Kathy?
She is, and I'm
If we
taking
can
2,
make
so.
sure that we list the
Yeah.
places where we need to clean up. I'll respectfully disagree a little bit, Helen, with the comment about, well, we'll just kind of say 4 or 5. I think we need to be able to nail this in a report that says, we had 51 generic programs.
And here's
of
the breakout, and
these,
here's the table.
And the ends have to match.
Yeah,
So somebody's going to have to
yeah,
go
and-
through
yeah.
that
And find
humongous
the one.
table,
Yeah.
Excel spreadsheet,
Yeah.
and find it and do the count.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And then the other thing is, as we look at these questions, remember that there are questions that directly relate to the charge, and there's questions that are descriptive information.
That gives us questions that are only for context.
Right. So we don't have to dig deep unless something goes, wow, that is just incredibly bizarre or worthwhile. But this is simple. This kind of a question, we should just go on. It's a percentage, demographic, boom. Next one, boom. And then we get deep into the prerequisite question. Might be a way for us to manage our time to get through all of these. That would work.
The
It'd be
number,
good to report it in percentages.
number 3, the semester credit hours, this was 100% for 60 hours, which we would expect it to be, from with the total of 51 responses. 4 is already has the breakout for us, so we don't have to worry about that one, about the number, when they are admitted as freshmen and sophomores. That one already has the breakout. Okay, then we get into prereqs. Yes.
That really tells us a whole lot.
How many did we use select all that apply? Okay.
Well, it says 51.
Could be transition.
Live and learn. Okay, so number 4, question, the total. We're gonna have to go back and look and review. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
So
then,
is that a cleanup area?
that's a cleanup, yeah, yeah.
It's actually relatively clean the way I have set up the spreadsheet. All you have to do is just to filter, which I've done on the spreadsheet. As you can see, I filtered to both freshman and sophomore. And it shows that there are 10 programs indicating both. I put in filters. I put filter into the spreadsheet. $33 only freshmen. and 8 only sophomore.
Yeah. Okay, on the question about, we're up to, on the PDF printout, we're up to the, question about prereqs.
Or they just had to list their courses
Yeah.
in the program. Column 2 is they had to
Yeah,
list
column 2 is listing
the
courses.
courses
Yeah.
in their program.
Yeah. So, I mean, you eyeball this, and it's obvious that it's AMP1 and AMP1 predominantly.
Well, some have it separate.
some have it separate, some
separated,
don't,
Lecture
yeah.
lab, and some
Yeah.
have it
So
combined.
much. This
Yeah.
is a text type, so I can filter. It will essentially show the same. It's just gonna be the summary. And this is where we need to clean the data and standardize the course names, because there is a huge variety of what people
Yeah,
have chosen
how they
to
put it
put
in,
in.
right.
And this is the area for data cleaning for sure.
That's just all of the. That's all of the courses in the program listed there, or all the prereqs?
Well,
Or
if
five.
they have an AMP1 with lab, is that the first course? They will list a course here.
Right, and what I'm
this would
saying
be
is,
the-
does 5 really inform us, or does 6 inform us? Where 6 is, these are the ones that are a prerequisite before a student can apply.
Right.
So if we look at page 11 out of 18, if you have the PDF open, 6 gives us the information I think that we need most to look at, which is those that have something to apply. And that's the 35 AMP1 with lab, 16 AMP2 with lab, so we have a 50% drop-off there. Yeah, so maybe this would be the easier one for us to look at and discuss, just this one table. It's the same way as it does here by page. That table that looks like this.
What'd you say, Beth, what'd you say, page 11?
Yeah, if you're looking at the electronic version, it's page 11 out of 18. And it says 6. It's showing everything that was listed, if they put a check, if the course is prerequisite, if I'm understanding how this is reported. And they're sorted by how the courses were put in, not by the largest number of programs that require it.
Right. So the list represents, it corresponds to the list how you have it
Right.
in the original design.
So we have some things that we could clearly see here, that A&P, out of 51 programs, 37 of them require A&P, 98% of which require it with a lab. And that, our gestalt would be, that's probably right, right?
You know, I would just like to make another comment, is that this is specifically asking for the courses that are prerequisites,
Prerequisites.
but it's entirely possible that other programs may have the A&P but not count it as prerequisite.
But that's not, the-
With nursing
yeah,
Yeah, so that's a
that's
different
3.
question.
That's 3.
Right,
That's
if you,
column 3. yeah.
we will find,
Yeah.
I think, that some of the programs have embedded courses versus prerequisites. Our charge is prerequisite, common prerequisites. So we could then comment where it shows up again. At the end of the day, all the programs have it. It's just where do they put it?
Right.
So,
But that column 3 is that it's required before they can start the nursing program.
They can apply.
right. That's what the apply to nursing program is before.
That means that before they can apply.
Right.
But then column 3 is before they can start the nursing courses. They have
which
to
is
complete
a
them.
different category.
Right, yes. It's prerequisite, it just depends on when it's required.
Right.
When the requirement is,
Prerequisite to
yeah.
getting into the program. or
Yeah, whether
prerequisite to
to take the courses, yeah.
So maybe we need an operational definition of prerequisite. For the purposes of this work, are we talking about combining 35, applying to the nursing program and before you can start, or are we only talking about applying?
I think we have to address both of them.
Okay?
Well, go back to the charge. The charge says prerequisite courses that a student must complete to qualify for consideration for admission.
That's before.
That's before.
That's applied to nursing program.
That's applied
Applied to
to
the
nursing
program.
program. And I think
Right.
one of the reasons that we asked the question, the two different ways, was so that we didn't get people misanswering the question, so that we could definitively say, do they have to have it before they apply versus the other? So,
But if you had the situation with Senator whatever, can't remember which senator we're talking about, so his daughter may have taken the courses needed to apply to the program, but because she had not finished all the courses needed to start the nursing courses, she had to wait another semester to finish those.
I
So
would,
it was
I
both.
would just ask that we not bring up any individual cases,
Well, but that's
But
why
I'm
we're
saying, but
here.
I mean, I understand.
but that's,
and we're trying
That's
to.
why they're both relevant, I
right, but
think.
let's talk about them in generics.
Okay, sorry.
Right.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, we're taped. You don't
I
want to
think
talk.
what we're
Okay,
getting
sorry.
into is programs that have a ranking process for students to get in versus programs that just require that you complete all the prerequisites before getting, taking the nursing courses. I think that's the reason why you have the difference between they have to take them before they apply or they have to take them before they get in.
Well, and that's a whole other question
Yeah,
about
so-
what makes a competitive applicant, because certainly in most schools, a more competitive applicant is one that has taken everything and then excelled, right? Versus someone who's only taken a portion and maybe not. So yeah, it's.
But would you consider the courses that you must take in order to begin nursing a prerequisite?
Our prerequisite to start nursing.
They are
Same.
prerequisite, but, sorry. I think we need to go back to whoever commented about the operational definition, be really clear about it, because if we think about, again, the spirit of why this came up, and if we just stick, so specifically to what's a prereq, and we omit that other information, we're likely going to create a situation where this becomes a prereq for everybody, when really and truly, the other is also a prereq. It's just the way we're defining what the prereq is. We have to be clear about it.
And keep in mind that this is also a question where a school could answer both. So we're going to have more than the number.
Yeah.
I think there's also a little bit of confusion where it says apply to the nursing program, because does that mean I have to have had the anatomy and physiology before I even put my application in? Because a lot of students are put their application in and then finish up that course, and then to be admitted, they have to have completed it successfully. But there are some places where you have to actually have finished it, have that grade already there. And I don't think it was clear enough in the questionnaire for people to answer or to discern one way or the other. So there's a little bit of fuzziness in the interpretation.
Yeah, and what those differences are, like you say, are admission practices and policies. But the bottom line is they still, before they start to be fully admitted, they're only conditionally admitted. So to start, they have to have completed it. So I think we have to consider that somehow.
So if we go back and look at, and we had this conversation before about defining, and we never did really come out with some very definite kind of terms for us to decide that this is a prerequisite, okay, let's say, to be considered for a program. Okay, that, if that, we're saying that, like I said, they could be in progress, they're going to complete it before they get in, but if they don't complete the course or they're not successful, they're not going to be given that seat. And that's probably a general thing that everybody really looks at, is if they don't complete it or if they're not successful in it, then they lose their seat, even though they may have been given conditional admission. So they still have to have completed the course before, I mean, and maybe apply wasn't the best word, but they still have, in column 3, they must still have the course completed before they can actually walk into the program and register for classes.
And in some
Is that-
situations,
Yes.
Cor-
Yeah.
Generally
That's correct.
understood? Okay.
but there's in some situations, they would never be considered for admission if they did not have a certain percentage, say, of the science courses completed before they apply.
But I'm not sure that we need to get into
Yeah.
sort of the nuances of admissions criteria necessarily, as much as we need to make sure that we're separating courses that essentially you have to have before you can start your nursing program, as opposed to courses that you can take while you're in the
You're
nursing program,
Yeah, which is 4.
which
column
would be
4.
4.
Yeah, yeah. So if we differentiate and we say, okay, that 35 programs said that they have to have A&P with a lab before they can take a nursing class. And 17 said they can take it, they're admitted, they can take the course after they're admitted, which comes out to 52. And 51 programs responded. Yeah, one might have picked both, either or, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, and that doesn't make sense either, but that's, yeah. Yeah. So I think we do need to find out if that, what program, you know, who was it that picked either or? That's a question we need to go back and look at the big spreadsheet.
And Pam, even though we feel like
Yeah.
the definition, I feel like the definition was already there when the question was asked, because it does ask, taken before the student can apply to the nursing program. And I know from working with the NEPAs that people don't always answer it the way you expect.
Yeah.
So if we accept that there is a plot, must have completed in order to apply, must have completed in order to start, and we know we're going to write some little descriptor that explains that with the data. For our purposes, looking at this, what does this data tell us?
Well, I think, look down, okay, apply the program. We can pull out and, you know, and indicate that, you know, the courses that in order to be considered for a seat, you must have completed the following prerequisites. You can take the following prerequisites once admitted. Does that make sense? Is the next column, you're admitted and you can take, but then it is not, you must take, yeah, you must take A&P 1 with a lab, you must take A&P 2 with a lab, you must take, what, you know,
I think maybe.
micro with, yeah.
Part of the wording of this is that we have to come up with recommendations for a uniform pre-nursing curriculum. And the pre-nursing curriculum means a curriculum designed to prepare students for enrollment in the undergraduate program. So if we stick to the language of this, of that what we're crafting is a pre-nursing curriculum recommendation, and then we divide it into the other wording on here, that to qualify for admission, you must take these courses, and then in order to matriculate into the program, you must have completed all of these other courses and be able to divide it up. I think we can be clear.
Yeah.
Also, I hope we paint it with a fairly broad brush, because we have A&P 1, A&P 2, but we also have anatomy with a lab and physiology with a lab, which is essentially the same thing, it's just a different way of doing it. So as long as we can agree, for these types of courses, we need a lab, and they need to have at least a full semester of both in whatever configuration. So I think we want to be fairly broad, because different institutions do it slightly differently.
Okay. Okay, so are we on the same page with this one?
First ones of anything is always the hardest to get through because you're establishing the ground rules, right? So when we say, we look at this and we say 35 out of 51 schools, that oddity of whoever checked both boxes, require AMP1 with a lab. That tells me a little different story than 52 out of 52, that AMP1 is essential. So that's a distinction for me. How are we going to deal with these things where, because of this split, as was just described, how could we not say they have to have A&P in some way?
Right.
And 35 out of 52 is more than half, so that means it ought to, all of them, we should be saying, if we're coming up with a single recommendation, all of them should have it in pre-application as opposed to pre-start, pre-matriculation. What kind of possibilities do we have for that? So we know how to start thinking about it.
I liked what you had said before, where maybe we want to couch it, is our recommendations for a pre-nursing curriculum are, and leave alone whether they have to have it before they apply or after they start, but what we think is the general things that people need as a pre-nursing curriculum.
No matter when they take it.
And get rid of that other part because it gets too
I didn't hear
problematic.
Cynthia say that's what she was going to say. I think, re-clarify, please. Did you expect us to split into two? That's why I'm responding, because I thought you said split into two.
The act refers to a pre-nursing curriculum, which says prior to enrollment.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's where we're going to sit.
That's what the act refers to. Now, this charge that we got came from this, I guess, right? And I'm trying to read
Yes,
through
it
here
did.
quickly, right? And so, yeah, and it's the same language here. The charge refers to prerequisite courses for a student to qualify for admission to a program. So those are two different things, and some of this is a fine line to walk, because if we stay too prescriptive to what our charge is, we may be shooting ourselves in the foot, and if we get too broad outside of what our charge is, we may be shooting ourselves in the foot. So I think this is a fine line to walk, but I think we talk about pre-nursing curriculum. So A&P1 is clearly
Important.
right. It's part of the pre-nursing curriculum, irregardless of when it's taken. It's part of the and then in terms of prerequisite courses for consideration of entry, I think we can say what the data shows, and then as we as we go through this process, we may be able to come up with a recommendation related to that, or we may not. But I think we can separate it out in terms of our findings for sure.
So maybe to ask the question of where there is this nuanced difference between the act and the charge, and the act is the broader umbrella, can we decide to comment to that as opposed to sticking to just the charge?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Okay. You got me there. Thank you. Sorry, I'm slow on the uptake.
So the rudder is the act. That's the language we're focusing on. Is that what we're saying just now?
And the difference is the one word, the qualify for admission, is in the charge versus,
Yeah, it's all in the act. The charge comes later in the act, but at the beginning of the act, it refers to that this committee is created to develop and make recommendations on a uniform pre-nursing curriculum for undergraduate professional nursing programs, and then it defines in the act what it means by pre-nursing curriculum, and it says that means curriculum designed to prepare students for enrollment. And then later on, when it's talking about our charge, it talks about that we have to make recommendations about the prerequisite courses that a student must complete to qualify for consideration for admission.
Which is application.
And which is why
Which is
we ask
application.
both questions.
Yeah.
because we-
And so I think we can speak to both, is what I'm saying. You know, but it's interesting the way this is worded, because it kind of contradicts itself in a sense, right?
Well, and I think that just is because, you know, we are a different horse, we know that. And we do have different considerations for what they've completed, how many things they can be in progress with to be considered for conditional admission based upon success. I think that does go back to that, you know, and we talk about that, yeah.
Why can't we just, in the introduction, say that in data analysis, we recognize that among programs, there are difference in admission practices, and some courses are required for consideration, and the charge language is
Based on the
contradictory.
charge.
And so for this work, what we're going to do is address pre-enrollment, which is what the act is asking.
And
us.
not enrollment in, yeah. Okay, so are we ready to move on to the next column?
So if I have a question, so AMP2, I would hazard to guess that all programs have AMP2 in there. Have, what, 34 out of 50 that say it has to come before starting the nursing program, the courses, and the rest don't. So, well, I mean, I think some may, because what's covered in the first semester is things that they would need that information, and others may not because they're just doing foundations, and they feel like it could be taken concurrently with the first semester probably type thing.
So making an assumption, big assumption, out of that 35 that said they had AMP1 with lab, 16 of them also require them to take AMP2 before they can get into the program. Probably. But then when somebody extra said that they could take it, this must be the person that picked either or.
Well, this is where it's
18.
similar to select all that apply.
Right, yeah.
So you can just do the sum of the two columns and assume that that's the total number of programs
Yeah.
saying so.
That responded,
Yeah.
okay. So if we consider about not quite half the programs, make them take both of them as prerequisites before they can actually enroll in nursing classes. And
But I don't think we
split, yeah,
would recommend that.
no,
that
that everybody has
do
to
that.
take AMP2
That-
because it's not,
That expands
Yeah,
the amount of
right,
time that
yeah.
it
that they have to go to
takes
school,
get in.
yeah. Plus the fact, if you only look at 18 who require AMP2 out of 51, that's not going to meet the half requirement, so.
Physiology below fall into
Yeah,
that,
but we're,
too.
yeah, the physiology and the anatomy and then the physiology. Well.
If you look at the spreadsheet, I am now on the columns where you are looking at AMP1 with lab. You can see that it's either or, sometimes both. But this is where you probably will have to look at the raw data file to see how it's the distribution.
So if we use the pre-enrollment rule, the O'Neill rule, there's strong data to support that prior to enrollment, which is taking the first nursing course, matriculation, any of those kinds of words, students need to complete A&P 1 with a lab.
Right. For sure.
For
yeah,
sure.
For sure.
For A&P 2, with or without a lab, 36. That gets unclear, that's gray. Whereas chemistry is clear, given that it's 3. Excuse me, I think chemistry
Well,
is 3. Chemistry with a lab is 3. There's only 3 out of 52.
not, yeah.
One might say that's clear on the other end. So if we know the two anchor points, what does ANP2 say to you within the context of enrollment? That's kind of a little, that's the hard one, right?
Yeah, because it's just a split.
Same with
Yeah.
microbiology.
And same with micro too, yeah.
Micro's a little further down the line, isn't it? Well, it's 28. 20, with or without a lab combined is 20, it's 31. So
It's the
how
same
would we
thing, yeah.
make,
And that explanation may be it was dropped because of the hour requirement. It's not necessarily that they wanted to drop it based on the need, it was dropped because of the hour requirement. That wasn't, yeah,
Yeah, and that's probably true,
yeah.
to go to 60 hours. So then I think part of the consideration also needs to be, so what is it that students really need? And, I've heard ever since I can remember that they need A&P1 and A&P2. Somewhere, somehow they need those 2 courses. And then I guess the question then becomes one of whether it's in the best interest of students in ultimately becoming an RN, whether it's better for them to do this before they start a nursing program or within a nursing program. And, and I think those are the kind of questions that we can consider here, beyond just the idea of trying to fit it into something, because, while the legislation regarding the 60-hour rule says that you're not supposed to have an associate applied science program of more than 60 hours, the reality is that if we're requiring students to take courses before they can get into the program, we're requiring more than 60 hours. So we might as well just own up to that right now. And so what that means is that and the legislation also says that exemptions to that rule can be granted by the coordinating board, which then is my division. And so, so I think something to think about while we're looking at this is in some of these cases where you really do almost have a kind of even split, is it in the long run best interest of the student to have that before the nursing program or after the nursing program? And then if part of what comes out of the recommendations in this committee, is there something in there that would then, because of the recommendation, would then force us to go back and look at the 60-hour limit? That's not necessarily a bad thing.
And the reality also is that you may not require it to get into the program or to start the nursing program, but because of the selection process and how you give points, the majority of the students probably have it before they start.
Yeah, that may be too.
Because mine, I don't require microbiology before, but I'd say probably 99% of them, maybe even 100%, have it because I'm giving a point for it.
Which is common, so.
With the other factor too is the accrediting agencies are looking at the total number of semesters that the students are taking courses for that program. So even if I can speak to my program, we require the A&P and the pharmacology before they are ranked into the nursing courses, but that doesn't mean we're not counting them. I mean, it has to be within the 60 hours. There's no way that we can not count them, even though they haven't been accepted into the nursing course yet, nursing program.
We're trying to promote the going on to the BSN. We're also looking at some of the RN to BSN general education courses. That further complicates things. But that's not required.
Well, it's going to be interesting when we get to BSN because it's going to be a kind of a different picture at that point, so.
Oh, yeah.
So would we just summarize and say that there are a few courses that have more than half, but not a
From the data, that's a
The
true
data,
statement.
yeah.
And then the question is, what do we, as a
Group.
group,
recommend?
our combined knowledge and experience, say it should be given, we know the ones over here, we know the ones over here, here, we're gonna have to use expert knowledge.
I think we should wait until we go through all the data and really for both degrees and then we. That can be how we, fetter that out in terms of how we present it and how we capture it.
Okay, so, all right, so we're,
So where do we do all the,
The minutes, how many programs for the ANP two?
34.
34 of the 51 or 52?
well, 36, because, well, AMP2 with and without lab, there's 36.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there might be some misinterpretation of the data.
Because if you go to
We cannot simply combine the 35 with the 17. For example, with the AMP one with lab, because it could be the same 17 picking and indicating that they needed to apply to nursing program. The summary report does not give you the detail in terms of how the responses are combined in the raw data file. So the numbers aren't completely accurate that was offered.
But in essence, we're gonna have to go back to the Excel and go back and hand count
Yes. Well, or you
and
can
see which ones pick
use
both.
the filters I have
Oh,
already
well,
built
yeah,
in.
yeah,
You
use
can
the
just
filter, yeah.
that way.
Yeah, yeah. Do that and figure out, which ones did which.
Would we at least list ANP2 and microbiology and psychology as other ones we need to
As
look at and
predominantly.
think about later
Yeah.
type thing?
Because is psychology probably, if you look on the one that if it's core, psychology is a big core course. So that's why probably that was that response, because it's a core. It'll meet core. Lifespan is another one that'll meet core for a lot of places.
So how would,
Not as many, but yeah.
how would you have checked these boxes if you require it and it is also core?
We don't need to meet core.
Okay, so,
Except for RN to BSN.
Yeah,
right, so that's
Yeah, right, yeah.
out of this
Yeah,
discussion.
and that's not, and it's not it's not a nursing necessarily prereq. I can't say that for us, but for some schools, because ours is a nursing prereq. What about, ruler?
Can we just say the AMP2 and the psychology and the microbiology will come back and
Yeah,
revisit when we make more sense of the data?
and filter out how many people pick both.
She has shown us for AMP1 already that there are 10 that picked both.
Yeah, okay. So for AMP2.
I didn't.
no,
I
that-
haven't done that yet. That was for the freshman and sophomore.
Right.
Oh, just a minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
okay.
can do that right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Yeah. 8 for AMP1 with lab.
So if they put AMP 1 or 2 with or without a lab, they're still taking that AMP 1 or AMP 2.
For the purpose of pre-enrollment.
Yeah, so I think, couldn't we combine those two? I mean, AMP with 1 with and without, and AMP 2 with and without lab?
I'm not sure I understand.
But I think in the end, your recommendation would be, I'm guessing one or the other.
See, I think that if I'm understanding you saying correctly, Gail, is if they have, if an applicant, a potential, has, see, one school, I can take A&P 3 semester credit hours and no lab, and A&P with lab for 4. But they apply to multiple schools. Some they're going to be missing 1 hour and others are not. So I don't think we can do both. We have to decide consensus-wise if we're going to say 4 semester credit hours A&P, which has a lab with it, or not.
Yeah, because, in my college, we have the A&P 1, and then the lab is separate, and there's an A&P 2 and the lab is separate. So if they take the A&P course with the lab, it's 4 credits when you combine them. And in that sense, it should be transferable to the university that has a 4 credit hour requirement.
Right.
But if they have them listed as a separate courses, so you have actually a 2301 plus a lab, it's 1 credit, but it makes up the 4.
It still is transfer, yeah.
What-
It still
whatever-
goes forward as a 4-hour A&P.
Whatever we ultimately recommend, schools would be able to require less than, or would, I guess that's a question.
Less than, but not more
Not
of.
require more than, in terms of
Say
applying.
it's a core prerequisite,
in
if it's
terms
a model,
Right.
I would say you have to do at least that,
But if
as
we-
opposed to less than.
But if we said A&P with a lab, so if a school wants to require, they will take A&P with a lab, but they'll also take A&P without the lab, they can require less to get in.
That's an interesting question.
Well, but your recommendation could simply be to either take the A&P
With or without?
2401 or its equivalent, or A&P 2301 and 1101 or its equivalent, so that your recommendation still results in 4 hours.
Right.
Either way.
But
And
then-
then the combination of the courses is left up to the institution, depending on how they do it internally, but
I'm saying, but would an institution then be forced to take that if they did not require the lab?
I think we're
Well,
coming up
this is
with
a-
what the minimum is required, right?
Yeah.
We're coming up with the minimum.
yeah, you're coming up with a minimum. I mean, and again,
Maximum. It really is what we've been asked to do
The maximum?
is a minimum and a maximum, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah, so there's no wiggle room. If we write this, again, any of the courses we do, if we write it broadly with or without, we're actually giving people wiggle room. But if we say it has to be
Must
with,
have lab. Yeah.
then there's more than one way to get to that,
Right.
but everybody must get to that.
But everybody must get there.
Yeah.
So some of the problem may be too that the requirement of the lab puts them over the hours. So that may be going back to what Rex said. Now we might have 61 hours because now we said you have to have the lab. Then you also have like a chemistry program where the chemistry professors say you don't have to have the lab with their chemistry course. That have anything to do necessarily with what we say for nursing unless are counting those hours.
If we have the situation where we require the A&P 1 and 2 with the lab, so they equal out to 8 credits altogether, if a program has designed their curriculum so that they're only allowing 6 credits, then that would require them to revise their program again, right?
Not really our goal though, right? If
No.
Well,
You're going to run
But as
into
long
some
as-
of that
but-
because we're not going to
But as
please
long
everybody.
as they're not requiring more than, if they'll accept, then it seems to be that should be okay, because that's what the whole purpose is. So is the transferability.
Maybe we should cross that bridge when we get to
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of getting through the data,
Sure.
that's my recommendation, is that we get through the data and then we can see where it leads us.
Okay, so can we go on to,
So who's going to go through and do the filtering and make sure that the numbers are accurate?
Can y'all help us? Is that possible?
We'll figure that out. And we'll take volunteers too. We
think
will
it's
take
possible.
volunteers.
Whether it's probable or not is the question. No, we'll figure that out and help with that. Yeah.
Are we up to number, I mean, I don't think we need to address the core for ADN.
No,
No. So we're up to
No.
number expiration date.
okay, expiration date, I had actually gone through and done a hand count. I can find my little sheet.
Number 8.
It's number 8.
Page 13 of 18.
Just a minute and I'll find the sheet.
As an aside, I did some research, or mini research, wasn't informal research. I gave my students an A&P test after they were accepted, and looked at the years, and there was no correlation with how well they did and how many years it had been. They pretty much all did terrible.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I had 4 pass out of 130, so it didn't matter whether it'd been 1 year or 7 years.
Yeah, yeah. I agree. I've kind of seen that too, because we don't have a shelf life, and
So we dropped our shelf life since that
it
didn't
really
matter.
doesn't matter. You know, if they took A&P last year, it's that bringing forward of the knowledge is the bigger issue. On that question about the shelf life, I came out 3 short, but I mean, yeah, for 5 years, well, let's see, for 2 years was 1, 3 years, 1, 5 years, 25, 7 years, 2, 10 years, 4. And I'm short 4 schools. That, yeah, based on the data.
Policy,
Yeah,
Yeah.
L-shaped curve around the 5, right?
yeah, yeah.
I'm going to throw out the possibility that this is something really in need of research. To your point, Helen, this is people's guts. And
Yeah.
we've created
That's the way we
ritual
always
and
did it.
tradition
It is,
Yeah, the way we always
based on
did
it.
Yeah, it's tradition, yeah.
But how would it, aside from being, I think it's a very interesting finding of the survey, and something that impacts students because they have to repeat it if they don't meet what is probably a ritualistically determined shelf life. For the purpose, so we should mention that, and that further research needs to be done in it. What does it tell us about the pre-enrollment piece? Do we have to comment to this or not, relative to our charge?
I think we
I think
do,
it
because
delays enrollment because they're having to go back and retake classes they've already taken. It's a barrier,
So it's a
yeah.
barrier to doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it costs the students more money.
Yeah, right.
Right.
And it adds to their length of time they're in school.
And it
Takes up their
virtually is a
financial aid.
Takes up
prereq if
financial
we're
aid.
saying the first one doesn't count.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is
Right.
still a prereq.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, these are only for the prereqs, right?
Yeah.
So this is the expiration date for the prereq.
Yeah, yeah.
So it just tells you whether or not you met it.
Yeah.
Having to repeat all those courses may affect financial aid.
yes.
Yeah, yeah. And you lose applicants who say, I can't go back and take a course I made an A in because it was 7 years ago and you have a 5-year shelf life. I can't afford it. I made an A. Why is my course not being accepted?
Is this unique to nursing, or do some universities and colleges have in general related to any degree plan that courses have an expiration date?
Our university has no shelf life.
So it's,
So it doesn't matter what you're coming into, there's no shelf life.
it's a nursing thing?
It's a probably, well, I don't know that we can say that. It's a school policy. I don't know that we can say it is just a nursing thing all across the board.
We could recommend that there
Yeah,
be research
That be researched and, yeah.
into it
yeah.
as to what
I
the
don't-
evidence is.
Yeah, I don't know of any institution that has a institutional policy of all courses have shelf life. I mean, I think what's happened over time is that departments, or whatever you want to call them, or schools even, but departments certainly have developed shelf life based on one of two things. One either that the information has changed so much that at a certain point, it may no longer, the information itself may be obsolete. You know, I mean, the truth is that can happen in any field, but there's a lot of fields where there is no shelf life. Although, you know, and it depends on the program. I mean, in some, I say this, I mean, doctoral programs, for example, actually have an enforced shelf life of at some point. And that's what it amounts to, in effect. But at the bachelor's degree level and at an associate's degree level, most places it's going to depend on whether they think the knowledge and information in the field itself is changing enough, and or the notion where I think most of the shelf life considerations for things like in a nursing program and probably in most health sciences for that matter really has to do not with the notion that maybe the information has changed so much, but whether whether you know it
Well enough.
at this point now, do you need that to be successful in the program? And so if you only had 4 out of 100 and whatever that actually passed the test, but then most of them went on to be successful in the program, is really I mean, that's part of that research that would have to be
Well,
done.
I made them do remediation over the summer before they started.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Because they wouldn't have listened to me if I'd said, review your A&P, but if I was able to show them,
Right.
you don't still have the competencies you need to refresh.
Yeah, so I think that for the purposes here, I'd have to think about this a little bit more, but in terms of the legislation itself, it's not clear to me that we need to get into shelf life issues. But on the other hand, if the committee feels strongly that you really do need to have, that there is something about time, and you know, and the interesting thing about that is some people can go, you know, if they took something 20 years ago and yet somehow they've been connected with it, their currency may actually be better now than it was 20 years ago, whereas for others, if they're not, then they may not remember much of anything about it. So it's really more an individual thing than it is a course itself as a general rule. So I don't know.
We do need to address it, because if somebody then applies to this college and they meet that requirement and then don't get in and want to go somewhere else, and they no longer then
Meet the
qualify for
requirement,
that,
right.
we do need to address it. I think Dr. Mancini had a.
The FUAN has put this up. The interesting thing is the generic BSN flips. So ADN, how many of you have a shelf life? 73% say yes, they do. In the BSN, 68% say no, they don't. So again, I think it speaks to ritual and tradition. We know that the whole issue of mastery and retention of information based on what they're doing in the meantime means there's such tremendous variability. But maybe this is the one we put into the category of saying, here are the facts, and we look at the facts of this and say, we think it should be, we think it shouldn't be, we don't have enough information to say one way or another at this point. I mean, those would be the 3 options we would have, but it would say, given this variability, to me, that we have to speak to it. We can't just put it aside.
Or we could make a recommendation that if a student qualifies for admission at one place, they be considered even if at the other place, even if there is a difference or something or other.
But how are we going to know?
Differential treatment, that might be really hard
Well, yeah,
to
but how are we
manage.
going to know if they didn't get accepted to another program and they're coming to us? They don't always tell us that. How would we know that they didn't get accepted based on their shelf life had expired on their A&P, but we don't have a shelf life, so come on into my program, you know?
It's more the
I
other
don't
one.
know. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Because-
where good
but-
advising comes in.
Yeah, really. Yeah. But I think it does speak volumes of the economy for the student, the length of time they're in school, whether or not they're just going to go, I give up, I don't want to do this, I'm not even going to try anymore. We may be losing some really qualified individuals who, because of these barriers, just said, forget it, I don't want to do this anymore.
Take
Yeah.
it back to the ADN programs
Yeah,
and
and
say,
say-
look at what the BSNs do
Yeah.
and what we're doing, and we
Yeah.
need to look at that.
I
Yeah.
think perhaps some of that was a weeding out process
Mhm.
too.
It may have been, yeah.
Because I remember this, so it was a.
But I'll guarantee you, retention of information from one semester to the next, they could have had it and then come in the next semester, and it still doesn't mean that they're gonna do any better.
Well, I have to throw this in. If a student doesn't pass the NCLEX within 4 years of graduation, they have to re-educate.
Okay, so that one, we know where we want to go with that. Grades of less than a C. Only one school said yes, they would take less than C. Am I on that? Yeah, that, so that one's pretty straightforward. That.
9.
Yeah. That's 9. Yeah. The math requirement, I think we probably already knew that the math, does your math have a prerequisite? And the TSI thing is nothing that we can control. It's not really a prerequisite, but if they're indicating, that's not anything we have any say over anyway. And we can't control it if they say you can't take stats without having had algebra. That's kind of out of our hands. 11, science courses with prerequisites. Once again, this was nearly a half split. We can't really control that. That's a
Well, some of these,
local thing,
some of these
isn't it?
address that AMP 1 is a prerequisite for AMP 2,
two,
so that's kind of a
Yeah.
moot point in terms of, or AMP 1 is a prerequisite for micro or something like that. I think you'd really have to pull out the ones that are saying they need something other than those 3 as a prerequisite.
So do we want to go back and look at this one too on the spreadsheet and say,
Well, if a program has a prerequisite, they have to put it in their program. And then it's counted in their 60 hours, so I don't think that has anything to do with transferability.
The science program.
Has to do with that, right.
Of
Because
the science faculty
if you've
that
had
set
that
that up.
course, wherever you've had it, even if you took a prerequisite and you go somewhere else,
That's how the
And you've
science
had the
faculty
course.
the new place has a prerequisite for that course. You already have that course, so I don't think it probably is a,
would matter? That it would matter?
I don't think we need to probably
Address that?
address that.
It is interesting, though, that there's one school that requires the chemistry prior to A&P.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Do with strength of those departments.
Yeah.
And
And who's teaching the class? Course substitutions, primarily, dealing with math. I don't know, this is another one too that,
a lot of it's the
It's-
2421 for
Yeah.
2420 in terms of
Yeah.
microbiology. So that's not really
yeah, that's,
not a major.
and you have to have an MATH somewhere, so if you've got a math, the
But
psych,
not for
Well,
community colleges.
not well,
yeah.
but, okay, but what has this person got listed? Psych 2317, statistical methods and psychology for math 2342. And this person said yes, that they, they have to have a math somewhere, so,
Not for ADMs, we don't.
okay, I'm sorry, my
Yes,
my
yes.
baccalaureate brain is kicking in. Yeah.
So the ones that we're going through,
That were,
are you letting us know if you want more information on? The only one I have on this page so far is the one about science prerequisite, and to figure out which one said that AMP 1 is
I don't know that-
required before AMP. No?
I think we said it didn't matter
It didn't
for
matter, yeah.
transferability. 'Cause
Okay.
if you have that course, it doesn't matter
yeah.
Okay,
what the
It would-
prerequisite
Yeah,
was.
what the prerequisite was, yeah.
okay.
Because you've taken it. Yeah, okay. So, and since the math is not a requirement, that, and if it's got prereqs, we, and they add something, would there be an issue with the ADM programs about that?
I don't think so.
So we're okay with 12? Is that-
Yep.
And in 13, everybody said yes, they would take courses from other institutions, so that was pretty straightforward. Okay.
So really, our only major questions have to go back with the prerequisites in terms of the ones other than A&P 1 as to what our recommendation would be.
Yeah.
That kind of boiled
Yeah,
down
A&P
to it.
1 and 2, yeah.
A&P 2 microbiology and psychology, those were the three
Yeah.
most ones.
Essentials.
Right, those are the ones we're going to get the more accurate numbers on, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I think it would be good to look at how many require, what is that, 4 together? So how many require all 4? How many require 3? How many require 2 maybe, and how many require 1? Might be interesting to know.
Okay.
Our lunch is here, and it is about, 12, it's 11:47, 13 till 12. We want to come back at 12:45, 12:50? 12:30? Do we need that long time?
We don't need that much time.
12:15.
12:15? 12:15, yeah. So, everyone, your lunch is there, please partake.
Well, those are the ones that are
So those are the ones that they.
that are more than,
She can pull it up real quick to do it. Cause she can, yeah, cause she can pull it up and, yeah, and If we could return to order, please, we will continue our meeting. Yes. Yeah.
We're on four,
Is it working now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so use your mics and agenda items.
we're on 3 and 4, Catherine.
Yeah.
No, four and five, sorry.
Agenda items 4 and 5 is where we are in reviewing the responses from the programs. We have covered the associate degree generic program, and we're going to go to the BSN generic program, and let's go through it, probably through this afternoon, and look at it, because the LVN to ADN and the Allied Health to ADN are probably going to be very similar to what we've been through. So we want to make sure we get through the BSN generic, because it does have some areas where it is not the same. We had 20, so we're looking at 25 programs who responded yes, they have a generic. I present that no is probably UT Austin, that theirs is not truly a generic BSN. Is that probably, is she?
She had to go.
Yeah, but they met freshman year, yeah, so I don't know if that was them or not. Does anyone know who that might be that indicated they did? Do you offer a generic BSN, and there's one that said no?
I think that might have been me,
That was you? Okay,
because we have,
okay, all right, okay. Okay, I just.
That is you, Catherine.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
You can see it here.
Okay, so University of Houston, we know who that is, okay.
yeah, and I think it was the only program like that.
Okay, yeah. The length of the program in months and semesters, I did a count on this one. Catherine, you ready? 4 semesters was 13. Okay, 5 semesters was 5. 6 semesters, 2. 8 semesters, and I'm wondering if they were including their freshman, sophomore years. I have a feeling they probably were. That probably was UT Austin that included, because they admitted them as freshmen, so there was 1. And then 10 semesters was 1. Now, there were some discrepancies. They didn't really answer the question. One response was 28 months. So that would be, what, 4 times 4 is 16. 2 years and 2 months. A long semester, so 20, so
Basically 5
so it's basically 5, so that makes 6 for 5 semesters. Yeah. And then there was a response of 15 to 24 months. I'm not exactly sure. Is that you? Is that your own line?
That's ours. We do accelerated,
Yeah,
which
right,
is no stop for the summer,
Right, okay,
and then traditional 4 semesters.
okay. So add 1 to the 4 and 3 semesters, 1 3 semester, is that correct? For accelerated?
I guess that's a question of how you handle the summer.
I know, yeah.
As if you handle the summer as a semester, which you can,
Right, yeah.
then it's a
So it's
4
still
semester.
4, okay, so what, so
Just-
for 4, yeah.
Spreads them.
And then another one, this is 4 years, 24 months again. I guess it's 4 semesters, because they counted the whole 4 years.
That's 15.
Yeah, that's 15, yeah. Okay.
Well, and you have one school here that's 5 semesters, but that counts semesters and 14 months.
Which,
Halfway.
oh, okay, yeah.
So we could
Okay.
just check those and then go back.
Yeah, those need to be looked at, to consider what they really, yeah. Okay. On 3, the total number of semester credit hours, there were 3. One was 125 to 126, one was 121, and one was 124. Oh, there was 2 121s. that we know we're all supposed to be 120 with the, if they got a grant, if they were asked permission to have more hours than they were granted. Do we need, is there a reason for us to even figure out who this was? I mean, it's not part of the stuff, it's just information, it's just interesting information, yeah.
Right.
Okay. When students are admitted, primarily, of course, 84% in the as juniors. Austin admits as freshmen. I'm not sure what they count as being admitted as seniors.
Sounds like to me that maybe that's by hours. You know, they might have taken extra courses, but that are not nursing
I've got
prereqs.
freshmen that have got senior status because they've got so many hours. You know, they've been to 4 schools and picked up 200 or 300 hours, but they, you know, but they're, yeah, you know, yeah. Yeah, this is just a FYI, interesting kind of thing, really. Yeah. Okay, then we're down to the courses, and if we go back to the sheet with the summaries. This is where we're gonna really see some differences, I think, in what we were seeing with, okay, let's see. So it's on page 6. Nope, I went too far. 9, yeah. Number 6, yeah. On page 9, I'm sorry, yeah, if you're looking. Yes. So, okay, so we know that, and like I said, it's interesting that it's not as predominant that A&Ps are prereqs, because with 13 responses, and some of these probably were either or, and it may have to do with when they're admitted to the program, because if they're admitted as sophomores, they're still taking sciences. And they're in the program, but they're not probably fully matriculated yet, except for UT Austin, which they are, yeah. So theirs is probably the only pure response, you know, from that standpoint. Of course, the physiologies, there are some that run anatomy and then physiology in 2 schools, 2 responses. Micro, once again, about an even divide, which is interesting, which also tells me that it's an either-or thing. Pick all that apply. Same thing with chemistry. I think it's interesting that we get down to the bottom where we look at nutrition, lifespan, psychology, and math, that it's just about an even divide between have completed, done before you take classes, and take as nursing courses. So I think as with the ADN programs, this is going to be an explanation of what we mean by applying to the program and taking it within there. Do you think this is like we did the other? We need to go back and see how many schools went in and picked both?
Yes.
Because it probably is like with the others, it's all that apply.
We want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples.
Apples to apples, yeah. And probably like with nutrition, they may admit them as sophomores, and they're taking it the semester before they come into, before they get in. Same thing with probably with lifespan and psychology. Any questions about those? Anything that we haven't discussed previously that came up?
Donna, when you're looking at the other, can you look and see if there's any that are predominant?
Yeah.
It might be English, maybe one, I'm not sure.
Other science or other,
Other courses?
other courses, the very last one?
Yeah, the
Okay.
very last one.
What's the zoology 32?
It may be a prereq for A&P. Some places have it as a prereq.
The list of others
Yeah,
are
yeah.
actually up above.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
If you look at page 9. If I'm reading this correctly, those others are the default for other courses. The lists that they gave were English, most of them.
Right.
So comps, 1 and 2.
It looks like some schools listed their core.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's got.
Because they
math.
need to have finished the core before they start their nursing
Right,
courses.
Right, yeah.
Because there's no room
That's
to do
one of
in
the
the
reasons
last
that
2
like
years.
psychology and lifespan and math are showing up as predominant in these.
So I guess that would be a question for the BSN programs, where you have to take all of the core before you get in. So basically, they are prerequisites. And when we say we need to have a standard, one of the goals we're seeking is whether or not it's possible to come up with a standard model for prerequisites. Does that then end up with a standard core? Which is going to be a big issue, I guess, if you think about different schools have decided different things.
But that's not our.
It's just in the
yeah.
nursing?
It's just nursing.
We're going to exclude
Yeah.
anything that's not a nursing, even though we require it as, baccalaureate programs require it before you can start the program, we're excluding anything that relates to the core.
Right.
Right, and we could
Well,
just,
that's stated correctly?
I wouldn't say we're excluding anything that relates to the core, because A&P counts in the core for
Two,
some. So I think what it is that we identify what is truly pre-nursing, and then another
Pre-nursing.
requirement is that for each institution, the student has to have satisfied the
Of
core.
course, the
Or
core.
the core somewhere, somehow, some way, that's an additional issue.
So we just state that, and then that clarifies that piece.
Because I think you've, go ahead.
No, I mean, I think that's a good approach to just say on one level, it's the core, period, in some form. But then you're correct in that some of those courses can sort of double count, if you will. You have core courses that'll be required, and you want to specify those. But I don't know that you have to get into the whole issue of the core itself, other than just to say the core, leave it at that.
Because in column 4,
Yeah.
they've specified which ones meet core. And the predominant ones are A&P, psychology, and the math.
did we ask if they required them to be core complete before they can start?
No.
No, we did not.
We probably should have asked.
In hindsight, we should have, but we did not, yeah. Right, yeah. But making a generality, do you think that any BSN program would let them in without being core complete? Yes. You would let them in without being core complete?
I don't,
Yeah.
because of the way our program's structured, but
I mean, other than
definitely,
Austin, who would let them in?
I think
Have-
any program could let you in if you're not core complete.
I was gonna, I
But
was
do
gonna
you let them in?
Sure,
Is the
Texas
question.
Women's University does. I remember
do?
that. Yeah. Sure. They may not have had, I don't know, art or something, and they don't want to
government.
take it along the side.
They may not have had government, and depending on what, that's something that I think can be waived by any of the institutions in terms of waiving the requirement that they have core before they start their nursing courses. I
yeah.
think there's a number of
Anybody can do
cases for
that.
admission purposes where you would let a student in and they have to take government at some point before they graduate.
So usually what a university will do is they'll say, you have to have this set of courses complete before you begin the program. So you might have to have your A&P 1 and 2 complete, your micro, your statistics, your nutrition, help me guys, chemistry.
statistics, those may have to be complete before you start the nursing courses, but if you have to take art, or if you have to, you're coming from out of state and you have to take Texas government or whatever to be core complete, then you can take that during the program.
And there are some institutions that we make the stand that you cannot begin until your
Right.
core, because
Right.
it's so rigorous, and we're wanting you to graduate on that graduation day and not delay it. So
Right.
you have to be core complete and have all the necessary
Right.
nursing prereqs.
There's
Too bad we didn't ask that question.
Well, but I think for the purposes of this, you just need to focus on that first group of courses that Catherine was talking about, and those are the ones that you have to have before you actually start your nursing program.
Yes.
Because otherwise, I mean, by statute, you can't get a bachelor's degree in Texas without being core complete. So it sort of that takes care of itself, and there are different approaches to that about whether you can do it later or you have to do it before you start. But I don't think for this, we need to worry about that too much,
Yeah,
if at all.
we could just make a statement that we're addressing the pre-nursing curriculum, asterisk, students would have to also meet the individual university core. Asterisk again, some of these prerequisite courses may meet the core, but it's specific to the individual institution.
Are there any of the courses the baccalaureate programs require that are not in the core to get into the program?
Sure.
Yeah.
So anatomy and physiology at my university is not part of the core.
It's not in ours either.
So,
That's not uncommon.
Yeah, micro and chemistry are, A&P's not.
I can't remember the other two on mine.
Like nutrition.
Lifespan and nutrition.
Nutrition is not in the
Nutrition's
core.
not, psychology and lifespan, yes.
I think nutrition's in our core.
It is in some is not in the same,
I'm
the same
pretty
is true of
sure it is.
lifespan. It's in some cores, but it's not in all of them by any means, so.
Well, the core says one course and that could be psychology, general psychology, that could be general sociology, that could be human growth and development across the lifespan, and those are usually where nursing lives, in those three areas. But that still meets the core. Usually, any of those three courses, well, at least the general psych and the general sociology would meet the core.
And we need to be very specific on a write-up, like I said, is to specify, these are the courses we consider prerequisites that have to be met at some point in order to, whether you're before and you apply or you're taking upon admission, with that. Okay, next page, number 8, is the expiration date, the shelf life. Once again, this kind of is very similar to the associate degree, except 5 years here seems to be the shelf life for the sciences. Someone even had a shelf life on nursing classes that they would have to repeat, which
How many?
which I don't know exactly how they get away with that, if I'm reading that correct. Did we want to address this any further because of the shelf life thing for the associate degree programs? Was there any need to go into this anymore? I don't know, because this is not as common for the for the BSN as it is for the associate degree programs. Because it wasn't part of the thing, it just, we wanted to address it because it was in the other. Yes, Dr. Mancini?
I think the combination of the discussion was persuasive to me that it does matter in relation to prerequisites. Because ultimately, if you have a 3-year, as little as 3 years, it's going to mean students have to repeat, and that's a cost, and there's probably, at least to my understanding, limited evidence as to whether 3, 5, 7, or none at all matters. And so for saying this, if we don't mention, I think we have to, it's a section of the report that has to say we have contrary, actually counterintuitive findings from the survey where the BSN programs seek to have expiration dates at a lower frequency than the associate degree. The range of years is wide. It has an impact, and therefore we probably should make a recommendation about it. One woman's opinion, but at least to state that as a pullout in the report.
Well, I agree, because it does have an impact on them, like we talked about. It's financial, it's delay of getting in, it's delay of moving on, it's giving up, because they've already paid and passed and don't want to have to go pay again, and so it does impact a lot of different areas. Next one is the math prerequisite. You know, this one, oops, I'm sorry. 8. Oh, I'm sorry. I can count. Yeah. If you make lower than a C. This is 9 is this. This does have some impact on students if they, you know, if you don't accept it, because, you know, they may end up going back and repeating courses, but if they've got Ds, you know, that's kind of a double-edged sword a little bit, because the university, if they're core complete and they've got Ds and it's acceptable, the university's going to accept it, you know, if they have Ds. I think, you know, I think it comes back to the nursing programs as to whether or not we're going to accept their Ds, particularly if they were in some sciences. It's going to pull their GPA down to start out with. It might keep them from getting admitted if they have Ds in a science class. That going back and retaking that science class is to their benefit if they really want to get admitted, you know.
Don't most programs have a science nursing program?
Yeah, I think most,
A
most
science
of us do.
GPA that would be required, so.
Yeah, so that a D in a science is not
we
going to
wouldn't
meet a
even take
GPA.
it, you know.
In a 4-hour class, it'll devastate a GPA.
So here
it's-
we
yeah.
have actually great consistency between the ADN and the BSN. And understanding that there are certain rules around the core, which we're going to kind of push to the side, we'll acknowledge but push to the side, to say that schools are currently requiring a C or better, and the data supports it, this should be consistent.
Yeah. For many, many reasons.
Yeah, success being one of them.
Success being one of the biggest. Okay, math, I'm sorry.
And that we do have research for,
Yeah,
with the sciences specifically.
They're the strongest predictor of
Of
success, right?
success, right.
A and P.
A and P. Some have reported A and P, and some have reported.
Micro.
Ours is patho.
Patho, yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking the micro.
Micros, yeah. Okay, math prerequisite. Once again, this is kind of one that you may or may not have any control over whether or not your stats has a prereq. Why did we ask this question? I'm not real sure.
As I recall, it was because de facto that made it a prerequisite.
Yeah, it's just a prerequisite, yeah, I don't know that it has.
It may be outside of our purview. It may
Yeah.
be that this is,
I think the original discussion, if I remember right, and Catherine, I think you can correct me on this, but didn't we have a discussion about what the barriers were, and that this was one of the barriers, that if there's hidden prerequisites that we know about, that somehow we have to acknowledge that. I thought that was.
Yes. I don't know what math 1314 is.
Algebra.
Oh, is that regular college algebra?
But I think it's going to be hard to deal with. So I think that's why we asked it, and then I think we can determine, based on our results, whether or not we address it, or how compelling the evidence is for addressing it.
It doesn't seem to be completely compelling in this case.
and they're very similar, 76, 24%, 80, 20%, so fairly consistently saying no.
But that may be, and what's 4123? What does that mean? Data analysis course?
Sounds like the institution.
Oh, the institution specific?
Yeah.
Cynthia, you brought a good point, though. I know from our perspective of where students may be applying from, while we may be requiring math stats, we don't know if wherever they may be currently attending to take that math stats, there could be a prereq out there. That's that good advising piece of wherever that they are, that they're informed of that, but it's not our requirement.
Well, and I think there's a way when we write the report of identifying these various barriers that we can't really control for or
Right,
make
yeah,
recommendations about, but at least acknowledging that those barriers exist. That'll help speak to the complexity of all of this.
Well, I think when we go down the next one about the science prerequisites, once again, we don't have a lot of say because some places require them to take biology before they can take A&P. They, the sequencing of the sciences is usually up to the science department as to how they want them to take it based on how they teach content. So we don't have, once again, a lot of say. This was interesting as kind of an equal distribution here of whether or not there were prereqs.
The other conversation I think we had was whether or not this might boil down to differences between cores at institutions rather than true differences between nursing
Right, yeah.
pre-curriculums. And so
Yeah.
I think that was also the way in which we were trying to mine some of that and elicit some of that to see whether or not that is actually true.
Uh, 12, course substitutions, yes, which I think is probably a fairly standard thing for most of the BSN programs, particularly in the math area, where if they have a math and they have a psych stats, then most places will accept that psych stats if they have a math and can meet graduation requirements.
Interesting that this is a place where there's substantial differences between ADN and BSN, where no for BSN is 2 out of 25, and ADN is 63% no. Again, if we decide to speak to this question, is probably just going to take some understanding to describe why that would be so widely variable.
Well, one of the differences is that there are more science courses required. So,
And the math is not required at the community college
Right.
level, so, and that's most of the substitutions.
Occur there?
Occur for them.
Yeah.
so Beth, you kind of made a face. What I meant just is you have to have the chemistry, you have to have the A&P 1 and 2 and the micro, you see, so there are more required. That's what okay. So can I ask a question? As we're looking at this, is there any will or any interest in looking at the universities that are full universities versus the health science centers? Is there an interest in splitting to see if there's any differences amongst those two groups, or do we just want to look at it as a whole? And why? Because if we're looking at requirements, there may be, because the health sciences have to take their courses from wherever they get them, other community colleges or other universities, it may be a different, they may have to have everything, like you were saying, before they start the program, where a university like Texas Women's University, for example, they may not have to have everything before because the students can take them there at the university. I don't know, is that something we should even pay attention to?
Would be interesting.
I say
I'm not
yes.
sure whether it affects prerequisites.
Yeah.
But it might be a good thing to mine the data set for.
But it does change the prerequisites because students at UTSA cannot complete a bachelor's in nursing and they have to apply somewhere else. And if they apply to UTESCA, for example, they have to complete everything before they can even get admitted. But they can get admitted to Sam Houston, for example, without everything. So I think there is a difference between the health science centers and the regular institutions in what they expect from their applicants.
So then that would be
I mean, how far off might they be? I don't know. And that may be part of the problem as people are trying to figure out what programs to attend.
Well, I agree. I think it's a timing and a shopping perspective.
Maybe so.
If they're going through their, say, normal progression, and then they're considering two different nursing programs, one that's blocked in because of being a health science center,
Yes.
and boy, you have to have everything before you get here and go, and another, I can still be able to move along and pick up my additional core as I need to and graduate. This probably isn't part of our charge, but I think there's education to the public on that, and helping those consumers to understand the difference of the institutions and how knowing what institution going to, what's best for them in their trajectory. How aggressive do they need to be in getting these courses ready to go to come into the health, or I can be able to integrate it and go on the same path.
Or there may not be that much of a difference anyway. We might be splitting hairs, but.
Let Cynthia answer. She's at a health science center, so she.
Well, and I've been at academic campuses as well, and for the most part, I think most schools require that you have everything before you start. Although there's exceptions made, and I can tell you, even when I was at Texas Tech, I can think of one exception that was made on one occasion for someone who didn't have everything coming in. But the other thing to keep in mind, especially in this realm of education now, students don't just go to one school to put their degree together. So even if somebody is at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, which I was at before I came to UTESCA, they may have gone to any number of schools to put their core together. So if they happen to come into the undergraduate program and not have government or history, it wouldn't have mattered whether or not A&M offered government or history, because they could have gone anywhere and transferred that in. And that's what typically happens at a health science center too, is they're just transferring in courses. So my personal opinion is it's probably irrelevant. It may be interesting to look at the data and see if there are any differences with the health science center. So I don't want to say that we shouldn't do that, but I don't know that it's really that much of a barrier, because students go a variety of places to get all courses, and they put the degree, and that's part of the problem, right? That's part of what institutions are struggling with, is that it has become a buffet option in terms of putting your meal together. It's
the Easter basket.
Right.
An egg here.
Right. And so
you bring up a really good point, because I think part of this issue of doing this, and we know, this happens, it's not necessarily the nursing sciences and the nutrition, it's those other courses that are catching them, that they don't have, because that school didn't require that, and it won't meet that category. They're not core complete anywhere, and it catches them. So they end up having to go back and take something that, they didn't anticipate.
That's why we need a nursing core.
Yeah, really.
And if we had a nursing core that anybody met, it wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter, yeah.
Well, that sounds like our charge, right?
It sounds like what we've done with the.
Well, your charge is the pre-core, so to speak.
Yeah.
But we are going to
But it
go
is-
to work on the rest of it.
Yeah.
When y'all wrap up this, and then we'll
Because I have a
tackle
feeling
the
that
rest.
nursing is not the only discipline dealing with this.
Oh, no.
That it's not just us. We just happen to be very specific for what our needs are, and
But as
it's,
we're working through our cabinet agreements, we're finding that these community colleges have to add these phys ed courses and things like that, because that's what their college has, and it really would be much better if they could count the microbiology as another, which some will allow. So it would really would be good if we could come up with that.
It would. Well, and we can't
It would be
forget that.
so nice.
I mean, from a business standpoint, universities and colleges have to be able to differentiate themselves from each other and why they're a better school to go to than another school, or what they're able to deliver to their students coming in that makes them different. And so in some regards, this is an interesting conversation because universities are seeking to differentiate themselves, and then we're having these conversations about how we can all be similar.
Cindy, do you have a sense of, generally speaking, do the health science centers tend to be more flexible in what courses they'll accept for the general education than the straight universities?
I can tell you that UT Health Science Center is very flexible compared to where I've been before, but I don't know that one could make that generality. I mean, it really just depends on, it's more of an institution and how all those, the admission departments and all of that operate rather than anything else in terms of how strict the institution is. The thing that's unique to the health science centers is that if one requires prerequisites like pathophysiology or an intro to nursing or a pharmacology course as a prerequisite coming in, then that can muddy the water because the health science center can offer that as a prerequisite, but then you run into trouble with retention and graduation rates and things like that because they get accepted to the health science center, but it's not necessarily all those students that are going to matriculate into the nursing program. And so that's the crux where that happens.
I think some of the variability that you see in the associate degree programs, it depends upon the universities or the health science centers that you're working with, because Texas Tech and El Paso want statistics, and UTEP wants the 13, 14, and then you've got it's just we try to offer what our students are going to need to try to transfer, and then each one of the universities in the area requires something different, especially in math.
Yeah, the problems you run into with the core versus the major is kind of endemic to all of them, not just the health sciences, because the way it's all been set up is the core transfers and in some sense is applicable as the core, but the courses that a student takes within the core, even though they may be core complete, may not necessarily be the courses they should have taken to be major complete, whether that's nursing or English or anything else. And it's kind of like if you decide you want to major in sociology instead of psychology, but you took intro to psychology in the core and you didn't take intro to sociology, you may very well have to go back and take intro to sociology in order to get the degree you want in the major. Right. So it's endemic to all of them. And just as kind of an aside to that issue, one of the things that we've been trying to address and we'll try to do as we go forward with fields of study, which is really what you're talking about in terms of nursing and a program of study for the ADN, is this whole issue of also trying to get people to identify the core courses people ought to be taking. So that a student going in will know, okay, if I want to, in the classic case, of course, is in the sciences even, where, people will say, well, you need to take 2 science courses for the core. Well, you take biology but you really want to be a physics major. Well, you should have taken physics in the core, not biology, and vice versa. If you decide if you want to be a biologist and you wound up taking physics. So for a lot of disciplines, it doesn't matter. Okay, but for others, and that shifts all over the core too. So depending on what you should have taken in the core to be applicable to the major. So it goes across the whole gamut of fields.
Okay, so we're down to the course credit from other institutions. Is that, yeah.
So you can
But
see.
now we're back up to 12, I'm sorry.
So there are lots of prerequisites in the sciences, though.
Yeah.
A lot.
So accepting course credit from other institutions, yes. That's part of what we do. Is they don't go back and retake courses they've already taken and were successful in.
This is one of the only ones I've seen that's been 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We're good at something, yay. And substitution courses, well, okay, just a minute, my pieces of paper, just a minute, my pieces of paper are backwards here. And then, course credit, that's it. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
But 13, I mean, that's a nice answer, 13. I mean,
is,
people
yes,
are
like I
not,
said, we're good.
people are not saying you can't come to our program.
So could you repeat the courses that we want the additional data for? Are they the same ones as the ADN?
Yes, the AMPs, microchemistry,
Nutrition,
yeah, psychology.
the development, growth and development.
And the math, yes, and the math, yes.
Are they the science courses without lab as well, or just the courses with lab? AMP 1 with lab, AMP 2
Probably
with
be
lab?
both of them.
Both
With
of them?
and without, yeah.
And the lifespan course was the other one kind of up there.
Predominant, yeah.
Okay, what about psychology?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
What about, was there anything with sociology?
We didn't have sociology on the list here.
No. It was typed in, because some programs do.
Under
use
the
it.
other?
Yeah, yeah. But it's not, I didn't see it as being that many, did you?
Other.
Okay. Well, that one went fairly quickly.
The first one
Can you
down,
also
and
do the pathophysiology?
In the patho. Okay. What about pharmacology?
There's not that many pharmacologies, were there?
There's only 9 pharmacology.
Do we want to look at the accelerated, the second degree, not accelerated, but second degree BSNs quickly? I don't think there's going to be, well, although there's a 50-50 split of do you offer the same curriculum? But the prereqs,
So they are
the same.
distinctly
Yeah,
different
yeah.
population.
they are, but prereq-wise,
Right, but,
yeah.
so the question would be, should we deal with them separately or integrate that in some way to BSN? I'm just trying to figure out what we do with these two surveys of special case situations. Those that come with something else.
Because I know that, we often look at it, particularly if they come in with a science, some type of science degree. We're very liberal about taking some of the courses they've had to meet some of the science course requirements that maybe a traditional student, would have had to take.
But Pam, does that change your prereq requirements?
No,
or
it
is
does
just
not
that
change
it's
the
an
prereq,
exception
it's just
for
the
particular
substitution of the
students?
course.
Yes.
So that's the thing is it a different set of course requirements based on knowing that we would take something that would probably meet the requirement in a substitution? Is it different for this group than it is for your traditional students? They still have to have the sciences, they still need nutrition, they still need lifespan. If they've had sociology, probably gonna take that for, psychology, something like that, Is it different?
Have
10 programs, yeah.
programs, but only 7 require A and P1 before they start.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, on the other
Yeah.
two, we
Yeah.
kind of had pretty much 100%.
Yeah.
This is
So
only-
what are,
This is only 70%.
so on this one, we want to know what are those other, 7 responses that they require A&P 1 and 2.
So when I answered this question, the first one I did was the RN to BSN track, which we have. Then it asked, are the prerequisites the same? They are for us, and it automatically shut me down. However, when we take the courses are different. So it didn't allow, the prerequisites are the same, but it didn't allow me to say when the prerequisites could be taken. So it didn't allow me to give any specifics in my response because it just shut me down.
Okay.
And we are different because they have to have everything beforehand. The RN to BSN, they don't.
Yeah, right. yeah.
So it didn't allow, so I don't feel like my answers probably were correct here.
Already have the bachelor's degree, everything before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's every RN to BSN.
Well, and we're not doing RN to BSN, but.
I know, but when I did the RN to BSN, they could be taking art along with the nursing courses, but not in my second degree. They have to have all of that beforehand. But this did not allow me with that. I had no idea that's how it would pop over. So I don't think my answers are correct in here.
So we have a problem perhaps with the tool.
Yep.
And we have a really different group of programs because half of them are the same curriculum. They just either accept them in another way or give them some more credit, but the curricula is the same. And the other have a different one. So do we have enough to say, do we have enough accurate data? Do we have enough to say about these programs except to say perhaps what we really want to say about these is they tend to be quite different and we didn't spend our time there? That this part, either they are going to be the same or they're not going to be the same with the prerequisites for the generic pre-licensure program.
It's just the timing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm just wondering how much of this we need to, what do we need to do with the data in this PDF marked second degree BSN?
Don't you think the intent of everything is for pre-licensure?
Well, this is pre-licensure, but it's handled.
RN to BSN is not.
No, this is second degree.
This is second degree.
So you have a degree in other than nursing.
Yeah.
But I'm confused. Are we saying the prereqs are the same or the prereqs are not the same?
Half and half, literally,
half.
5 and 5.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Does the second degree BSN track have the same curricula as the generic BSN program?
But the curriculum is not the
It may not be the same as the prereqs.
Point taken.
Yep.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
confused.
But it
Right.
still is, if she didn't get to go in
the
though
curricular
and
is-
specify,
I could
it
not go in and
still
specify.
presents an issue.
Well, and there's only 10 programs, so
Yeah.
I think we could go back to the Excel spreadsheet to see what we can mine from that, and then we could, 10 programs isn't very much to
I was
elicit
going to
some
say,
more
could you give the
information.
10 programs a chance to redo the question?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to,
Yeah.
well, I was going to say, we can,
Rerun those
we
10?
can do something with those 10, right? We can reach out to those 10 pretty
And
easily.
Donna, can she pull those 10 programs, the 10 that indicated that they have a second degree track?
That's what I'm trying to do.
And
I'm just saying it shut me down.
That was a separate questionnaire than the RN to BSN, wasn't it?
Well, that would answer the question as to why so few of them are listed under number 6.
And that
What's
could-
the prerequisites? If it shut you,
yeah,
you didn't get to it.
I did not.
Because it's, you have a second degree program, A&M Corpus has a second degree, UTESCA has a second degree, Texas Tech has a second degree, A&M.
Midwestern.
Yeah, I said
and
3
Midwestern.
semesters there.
we have
that's the-
one.
We can
Then it
almost
came
name the
to a
10.
spot. And let me do that.
It's like a different kind of program.
And then it just stopped.
So do yours have different prerequisites? Same prerequisites?
Everything was the same.
So maybe that's all we
Yeah,
have to
see,
ask.
there's only, 3
So a quick
respondents.
outreach to the 10 programs to say, do you have the same prerequisites? It's yes or no?
Or just,
If no, tell us what's different. Simple?
So,
Yeah, send out
And then we need to know, do they have to take them before they apply, or
Right.
do they take them before they're? Yeah, the number 6 question.
So we're resurveying the 10?
10, as a follow-up to the, yeah. Thank you for the 100% response. We need a follow-up.
But that's okay, I think,
That have second, so resurveying 10 that have second degree RN.
because I was expecting to tell the differences.
No, second
'cause I
degree-
knew what the differences were. And I went,
First
good,
time
that'll be different.
RN. Yeah, second-degree students, yeah, not RN-B, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Pre-licensure, pre-licensure.
Yeah, pre-licensure.
So we have to word it in such a way that they'll be able to respond to the answer, right? Because you were saying you didn't get a chance to respond to it, Catherine, right?
It just shut off. Because I said we had the same prerequisites, and then it shut off. Didn't say, because our timing for the prerequisites is different, but it didn't allow me to show that
Could she
here.
pull that question out and fix it to where it doesn't,
I think if you
No matter
look
what
up
your
there,
answer-
I think the question is, do you have the same curriculum?
yeah,
And if it did, that's when it shut off?
Yes.
yeah.
So should we take that question out
Well,
altogether?
Isn't it going to be easier just for her to make a second,
Yeah.
second survey and just only have the right questions instead
Yeah.
of trying to pull it all out?
yeah. Does your program require the same prerequisites for your second degree as it does for the traditional
Okay, okay.
students? Yes or no? And if they put no, please list, yeah, please list
That's why we
courses.
only have 5
that are-
instead of 10.
Yeah, please list courses that are considered
Right.
different, yeah.
And then whether or not they have to be before application or before
Can take
matriculation.
in the program.
So that same chart that
Yeah.
everybody else has had? Okay.
Yes. Okay. So, get that fixed hopefully and get, so if you go to 8, page 8, which is, page 8, question 8, expiration dates on courses, no. There are only 5.
Yeah, that's why there's only 5.
The other 5 didn't have, yeah, that's right.
We were all cut off.
Yeah, yeah. I'm getting across that. Okay. 9, you accept grades lower than C. Predominantly no. Only chemistry. The one program would take it unless it was the sciences. And then math requirement. I guess whoever put same as traditional program, I'm not sure. Oh, that was you, okay.
I ran out of steam and I couldn't
Yeah.
go back and relist everything that I had relisted, and so
We understand.
I
Thank you very much.
apologize.
Thank you very much for owning up.
at least you know who the
Yeah, that's
outlier is, right?
Okay, science prerequisites, same thing, although this is, once again, this is kind of not in our control at times.
So when we
Yeah.
survey them, are we really just interested in that number 6 table? I mean, is that the main thing that we
Well,
want?
you couldn't answer anything more.
Yeah, because
There's
the rest
nothing
of
about
it's-
we couldn't answer anything more. It shut off.
Well, would it be any different, though?
So you say you want to ask 7 through 13 for all those people who got shut off?
But do you, would you want 10? Do you want a response of 10 for everything?
Yeah.
Because right now you only
Because
have a
right now,
response of
got
5.
half the group
Okay, I see what
responding.
you mean.
So wouldn't we need to just survey 5?
Oh, maybe
5?
so.
Yeah,
Maybe the 5 who got cut off.
right,
Well, and you can see on
We'll
the
check
cell
to
who
see
didn't
if-
answer
right.
past that question.
right.
But,
It should show
but
up
we
on-
never asked the question of the 10, do you have the same prerequisites?
Right.
That question wasn't asked of any of them.
Right, it was the curriculum, it wasn't prerequisites.
It was asked for those
Yeah.
first 5.
Because the survey said, does the second degree BSN track have the same curriculum as the generic BSN program? If yes, it says skip the rest of the questions in section
you go.
5, so it just skipped them.
That
for
was
you.
our mistake, we should not
Yeah.
have skip the questions.
Right. So we need to do all 10?
We need to
Okay.
do all 10 of them, so we can at least, yeah,
But yeah, let's make sure we ask about the prereqs.
yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, we
Right.
never got to the prereqs.
It has the same prerequisites, not
Thank you,
curriculum, yeah.
Beth, thank you. Yeah, okay.
Question 12, accept substitutions. Once again, same, same things, but like with the stats and some things like that. And 13. Yeah, they need to answer they need to redo the whole thing, because we only have half the responses. I didn't realize that.
I know.
Where the person who explained for no. The comment, students must have all core and prerequisites completed before admission to the program. I don't know how that answers the question number 13.
Doesn't.
So I don't think there's probably enough, there's onesies and twosies of these scattered throughout that are inconsistent, but we're not doing a drug trial, so I think we just let it go.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're going to resubmit to the 10 programs that have R&D BSN. And the question is, do you have the same, second degree, do you have the same prerequisites, not curriculum, and answer all the way through 13? Okay. So that's that one. Okay, then we're not worried about the R&D BSN because they're already, that was just kind of FYI information for us. I don't know,
And we really can't tell whether or not we would treat the different universities and community colleges differently until we have all those other tallies, right?
Right,
From those
yeah,
other
yeah.
items.
yeah. You want, it's about 1:20, you want to take a little 10-minute stand-up break and
Yes.
kind of move around a minute? Come back about 1:30. Okay, as we continue, we're still looking at the common themes of the nursing prerequisites in agenda items 4 and 5, and we want to look at the LVN to ADN because we looked at the second degree for the BSN. Let's look at the LVN to ADN because they're probably like the other, very similar, but there may be some things that may show up being a little bit different. There were 53 that responded they had an LVN to ADN program. That's what we're going with that number. Lengths of the program were much varied. I did go through, and I'm not going to read out all that right now, but 3 and 4 semesters was the predominant. 3 semesters was the predominant in this. The total semester credit hours, once again, it had to be 60. Some of them indicated like 41 plus 19 awarded after transition course from the LVN programs. Received credit for the first 2 semesters, 18 hours based on the fact they have an LVN license. So this was consistent as we would expect it to be. The differences in admission requirements, this was kind of all over the place. Being licensed was one of the predominant themes. Having completed A&P 1 and English 1301 showed up several times in the responses. Most of it's the LVN being licensed. Yeah, and being ready to come in as having had the license and working. Those were more the predominant kinds of themes that were in that one. The format of the didactic track, was it online? It was a 50-50 split, well, not 48-48 split between blended and campus only. There were only 3 programs that did completely online. Then the prereq courses. Once again, it's very similar to the traditional ADN programs. I don't know that, we are going to have any.
I think lifespan probably more so than the generic, looks like.
Yeah, lifespan and psychology, no?
Yeah. The lifespan and psychology.
And psychology, yeah.
And the micro and the A&P 1 and 2.
Yeah. So, very similar to the traditional ADN program with those. The expiration date on courses, this was a little more predominant once again with the yes responses. There were 33 responses that
Mostly 5 years.
Yeah, mostly 5 years on this, just like it has been for the others. Predominantly the science classes, A&P and micro, 2 or 3 nursing classes. If pharmacology was one that came up a couple of times. The C prerequisite, no. I guess the 2 schools that, one of the schools indicated that they would not take C for the sciences, math, general psychology, lifespan, growth, development, which are showing up as being some of the predominant. I'm a little surprised about the math, because, yes indicates which course you would take D, okay, yeah, in math, yeah. Lower than a C, yeah. Math requirement has a prereq, no. Once again, that one's probably not under our purview, with what the college itself would require. Science prereqs, again, are very similar to what we've seen for the others. A couple of them, well, one of them had TSI reading requirement as a prereq. Now, is that a college or is that a program? Does anybody know if that's?
That'd be a program.
That'd be a program, things, their TSI reading.
That 351 is supposed to be.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure how they assess basic skills, competency in reading, writing, and math. They didn't indicate any kind of courses or,
You know, since there are LVNs coming in, they would have been required to have had that for their VN program. I think you can take comfort in that these are going to be very similar to
Oh,
ADN
yeah,
because
yeah,
they're tracks within that program.
the course substitutions. No, primarily, yeah. A couple of them that would take SCIT for AMP 1. What is VNSG 1420? Said for AMP 1 and 2? Is that just an AMP class? Okay. Okay. But somebody would take it to meet both AMPs.
It's a WECM course, which means that it could be taught by a nursing faculty member. It's not necessarily taught by someone in the biology department that has a master's degree and 18 hours.
So, question, if this individual brings this VNSG into a community college as a substitute for 2401 or 2402, that, you're going from technical to community, how does that work?
I wouldn't take it.
How would that be possible?
It's not,
I was gonna say,
actually, yeah.
They would have to take the regular college AMPs.
Yeah.
somebody kind of, so whoever's doing this is,
I don't think they understood the question.
I don't think they understood it either, because
Or
you can't
maybe
take
that's what they do.
technical to a degree program. Okay, we'll go past that one. Credit from other institutions, yes, okay, that one's been 100% on everybody, okay. So, with them, we know, I mean, we didn't expect to see any big differences with what it would be, because they're going through the same degree program with that, okay. So what about the...
Is there any follow-up needed on those courses?
I wouldn't think, because we'll already have our answers when we do the generic ADN, won't we?
It's probably,
Is that-
again, more like the timing, like you said with the accelerated, it's kind of like an accelerated essentially is what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
So
it
it's
is.
more the timing. So
Yeah.
maybe just that number 6 table is
It's important to know,
all we
yeah.
would need.
Yeah.
So I think the question is
Just
in
the
report,
courses for
right?
ADN? Sorry, Beth.
No, go ahead.
Just those courses that we're doing for ADN, like the
Yeah.
AMP1, AMP2, micro, lifespan?
Right.
Yes,
Psychology, yep.
ecology, okay.
So my question was going to be whether or not these kind of special case programs need to be added to, the numbers need to be added to the more traditional ADN? Do we have to add the LVN and 2ADN program to those numbers? Do we treat them separately? We're saying they're pretty consistent, but how do we want to manage them within the report is a question that will have to be answered. I don't think it needs to be answered now. We just have to consider what we do with that.
I would think it would be
yeah, we're gonna
like
have
an
to-
add-on
If we-
separate.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
not add to the numbers, but treated separate. Probably.
Or we could look at it separately, and then if they were alike, we could say that we added them in, but then we'd have to have the same information for all of them.
All of them.
I would think it would be very similar, except for like the accelerated, it would be more the timing of when they have to have those courses.
So we could say that in the report.
Yes.
The only difference is the timing, or the,
Right.
yeah. So we put
Well,
them
and it may
together.
be good in the report to show that we've been fairly comprehensive.
Yeah, that we looked at all aspects of entry into a program, no matter what level it is.
And showing the consistency.
Yeah.
That may be helpful,
Yeah,
too.
The last one that we have is the Allied Health Paramedic to ADN. Got that one, Donna? There are 17 that offer that program. Is this a program or a track? It's a track, right? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. 3 semesters seems to be the common length of the programs, and some of them count summers as one, as a semester, so it's counted in, with that. The hours, once again, some of them give, credit hours based on what they did, and their paramedics, to total out to their 60 hours. The admission requirements are a little bit different. It kind of course, have their paramedic license, of course, and then I guess I would question, why would pharmacology and nutrition not be required? I know nutrition, but pharmacology? Did they get that much pharmacology in a paramedic program? To understand about how to give meds in a acute
In the
care center?
paramedic program, they usually have mostly ACLS drugs.
So
they don't have a comprehensive like nursing does.
Okay.
Ours is called emergency pharmacology, but I don't know how in-depth that is with, I mean, it's got to be more than just cardiac, but.
Yeah.
It is more than cardiac, but it's mostly just drugs you're going to see in the emergency room. It's not anything that's very comprehensive, like. And I guess that's why they call it emergency pharmacology.
Is that what they're
I
asking?
wanted
here?
to-
These are admission requirements.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm wondering, though. Are
So,
they
not that they're not taking
these, but-
pharmacology or nutrition, it's just
Well,
not a
but most
admission requirement.
ADN programs don't require nutrition, though, correct? It's incorporated into the classes. So I guess this one does. That's what I'm.
I wanted to add one little clarification with the NSG 1420. Its title is Anatomy and Physiology for Allied Health. It's different. It's not nearly as comprehensive as A&P 102. And it has no lab.
Yeah, and and as best I can remember, I don't think you typically see that course in nursing programs. You may see it in other allied health programs, but not in a nursing program.
It's
So
in
that's kind of unusual.
LVN programs.
And and you see it in LVN programs, but you don't see them in
technical.
other, yeah.
Okay.
That certificate.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what it
Gets to, yeah. Okay, so most of these are, that they have their license. I don't see a lot of differences in maybe what several people say, same as the VN transition. Once again, the way it's offered, blended campus seem to be the predominant courses. A&P with lab. A&P2 with the lab. And I guess probably psychology because it's a core that it helps, and then now 9 of the programs said that pharmacology was a prereq, either to get in or, and then 4 of them said to take it in the program. Don, I guess we need to look at okay, now, because these are for initial RN licensure, do we They are licensed, but they're not initial RN licensure. So they fall in under this umbrella of this. Okay, so we need to look at this for them also. Look at the breakout of these courses. With the exception of micro, it's predominantly before they get in the programs when they want them completed. It's not huge, but it is, when you look at these small numbers. What math are they talking about? Man, let's see. 03, 04, 03, 10, algebra. I have a feeling some of these did all that apply on the A&P.
You know, looking at this one, it's making me think that it gives reason to look at them separately, because if I'm a student in allied health, I only have this one pathway, so this is the only, you know, the prereqs that are common or whatever for this certain population, that's the only ones that I have an option for. Well, not necessarily.
Well, they could take the
That's true.
traditional program.
They could take
Yeah,
the
yeah,
traditional
they could
program,
just,
you're right.
yeah.
So it's looking like we need that data broke apart, right, from the Excel spreadsheet to make sense of it? Like we said with the others, in terms of the courses, to understand how
Yeah,
they
I think
so.
responded?
Yeah. Okay, then,
Because that one with that pharmacology kind of stands out
yeah, it
a
does.
little bit more for
Is there
paramedics.
any representative on this committee that is involved with a paramedic to ADM program? Okay, all right, so there's two.
Okay, so, on page 10, question 9, expiration dates. Once again, 5 years seems to be the overwhelming time. This just goes back to what we've talked about before. Grades lower than C, no. One program that said in everything else but their science classes. Math requirement, have a prereq, no. And this more has to do probably with the college itself rather than the program. Yeah, it's developmental math, isn't it? The science classes having prereqs, once again, that's usually a science department thing of requiring biology before they can take A&P.
Why do we have 3 colleges that said math 0308 before?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's developmental.
It's developmental.
Yeah.
They can't take it because, yeah, they gotta take that class to do anything else.
Does that mean if they don't pass the TSTI or?
Yes,
the TSI, oh, sorry, that, then they would have to take the math?
Yes.
Okay.
And they
And if
can't
they-
take
if
any,
they-
and they can't take any other math until they.
Right, so
take
that's
the-
what that means,
Yeah.
yeah. But that's not college credit either.
No, that's the college, the requirements. Yeah. Course substitutions, well, mainly no. There's such a low end, it's hard to, pre-calculus substitute for, it, yeah. And, course credit from others is 100% again, so. Once again, and with this group, with others, not that big a difference, which I think we need to state in our, things is, you know, that this offers similar pathways no matter how you come in. It's the the requirements are the same, and, you know, it culminates in people being able to complete, yeah. Yeah. And we're not trying to make it hard for people to get in, yeah. Okay, we're looking at number 6 on the agenda, consideration of separate uniform pre-nursing curriculum for community and technical colleges, universities, and health-related institutions.
That's the one I was saying that I think we've got to wait till we get this
Yeah,
data
yeah.
back
And
to be able to address. So I recommend we defer it.
Yeah, I do too, because we don't know enough yet to know if there are huge differences in all these levels. Although in looking at all this data, I don't think there's gonna be enormous differences. The remainder of the agenda is probably going to be is what we're gonna look at our next meeting. Donna, would you agree that 7, 8, 9 will be the agenda for the meeting April the,
Yes.
8th? Yeah.
Yes.
That we would have time to get the responses from
Yes.
the schools and then look at this.
Right.
When is it? I'm sorry. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, yeah, 6, 7, 8, and 9 will be the agenda for the April the 18th meeting.
Would it be helpful if, once we got the data back that's scrubbed or cleaned up, if maybe if it was sent out to a small subcommittee to review it and make sure that that's what we're looking for? Will that help facilitate things at the next meeting?
Are there about 3 of you that would like to volunteer to review that, or Cynthia O'Neill, Deb Matthews, Beth? And Helen? Cynthia, Deb, Beth, Helen? Deb Matthews, Beth Maxine?
Yeah, Beth and Deb, and who else?
Helen?
Oh, okay. And I'll also send out the survey just to make sure that the question captures what we want to send for the 10 that we are resurveying.
Would you send me the names of those individuals that you're resurveying?
The what?
Would you send me the names of the schools you're
Yes.
resurveying, please?
Yes.
In case we need to make any phone calls. We did have to make a few phone calls. We made a few phone calls.
We had to work on that 100%.
That's right. That's why we have 100%. Helen and I did
But
make
the
a few phone
important thing
calls.
is the 100%.
That's right.
You got there.
But they were very good about it. They were very nice, very good about it. Said, I'll get this done today. Good old nurses jumped right in there.
You do not want to be on the naughty
That's right.
Well, and the other thing was, we had the nursing meeting.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of people that
Right.
didn't really kind of
But they
kind of
were
went over
very,
their heads.
yes, they were
And then
very
they came back
nice
to
and
earth.
very responsive to our request to
Right.
please,
That was nice.
please get this
It
completed.
was good. That was a great way to do
Groveling
it. But that
was not
that's how
below
we
any
planned
of
it
us.
earlier.
Yes, and thank you to the chairs that helped with
Yes.
that, facilitate getting it complete. That was wonderful.
So, yes, I'm sorry.
Do you think it would be useful to have another small group start to sketch out the outline for the report?
Yeah.
Using the charge, the bill, and kind of some of our discussions? That'll get us ahead.
It's a lot easier to
Yeah,
revise something than
right.
it is to create
Create it,
something
yeah.
when you're in a big group.
Yeah. I'll be glad to work with a couple, 2 or 3 people, whoever. Gil Meager? Gil, yeah. And, okay, just.
I need to put Cynthia on there.
Can you repeat those names?
So we need to put you on there too. She's pretty articulate.
We'll call her.
Yeah.
Pam,
You can
Gail
tell that.
Meager. Who else? G?
And Cynthia. And Cynthia. Yeah, she is.
You're off the hook. You get off the hook, yeah.
Otherwise, I would say something.
And we,
I'm just alleviating my guilt here.
That's right.
we'll get some of the outlines that have been used for other legislative reports
be
and get
nice.
that to you.
That would be nice.
Yeah, we sort of have more or less a,
Template.
somewhat of a standard template for reports to the legislature, so we just want to make sure it fits that as well. But
And Pam, if anybody wants to send me anything to get a board feedback, I won't be able to be here on April the 18th. I'm sorry, I have to be in Toronto that day for an NCLEX meeting, but I'd be glad to help out ahead of time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, that was a lot of work today. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Owen. Anything else? We're finishing a little early, which is always not a bad thing. We're so efficient, though. We moved right through this. Yeah. I felt very overwhelmed when I first saw that spreadsheet. I just sat there looking at my computer going, oh, no. You know, I know, yeah, you may get it, yeah. Yes, but we appreciate all of your help and the staff's help with this, because it really, it has been wonderful. Really appreciate all the help that has been.
You know, it might be interesting to query the deans or directors if anybody has a graduate student who needs a project for the summer. There is a lot of really interesting data that could be
There's
dealt
about
with here.
three research studies embedded in this.
Well, and something like the length of, should we have a shelf life for certain things? Somebody could do a targeted piece, and we could have it by the time the final report is due. So there may be one or two of those things we'd like somebody to do a deep dive in. I don't know if we can send out a request, but maybe.
We can, I don't know if we.
Well, I mean, if the committee wanted to send out a request to deans and directors, who's the current chair? I should remember this, I was at the meeting.
Shelley Conroy?
Well, Shelley's coming up as chair.
So maybe we could just,
Oh, she's already taken over? Okay.
maybe we could do that, and that would also help the group.
Dean's and director chair. She's at Baylor. Baylor, she's the dean at Baylor. Anything else? So recap is Donna has the list of the sections of the questionnaires that they're gonna go in and pull out, refilter and pull out the data so we can do counts and know how many for the prereqs, A&Ps, and the micro and chemistry and sometimes psychology and lifespan. We're going to resurvey the 10 second degree programs.
We need to send out that thank you letter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can you look and see
Yeah.
if there were any that had
Yeah.
0 prerequisites?
Oh, yeah. Good point, yeah. Have 0 prerequisites. Yeah, it really, yeah.
I mean, I think there are some that have 0 because of that ASIN thing.
That would
That they
be,
could.
Yeah.
everybody who has 0 would have to say that's the reason.
That's,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
In regard to the thank you note, should that come from the chairs or from the coordinating board staff?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it. Okay. Yeah. Send it to Jan, you can send it out to everybody.
Or you can send it to us.
You've got the email list, okay, yeah. Yeah, we can do a little letter, sure. They were very good, they were very nice.
Especially,
Nursing programs need to feel good about themselves, so, we need to applaud them as.
well, especially since there are several new directors that didn't, know what we were talking about.
Plus, I think the survey was something that they felt like they could trust,
Yeah.
and we've had issues before.
And it may impact them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes. You may be looking at curriculum revision.
Yeah.
And some,
Curricular revision. What is our deadline again? What's the timeline?
It's in
End of the minutes?
Yeah.
It's got to make it to the,
Yeah.
we have to have the report ready by September 1st.
Ready to go or ready to be audited?
It has to be
It-
done.
it has to be ready to go September 1st, and then the September 22nd, it'll go to the coordinating board meeting. Well, that's the preliminary meeting, the cause meeting, and then the board meeting's in October, and then it's due on December 1st.
One of the things that came to mind when we were just talking about, they all contributed, everybody knows it's important to them. We really had a lot of input. Are we going to have an opportunity for reflection? Is there a point at which we could say to the deans and directors, these are our kind of the general notions we're coming up with, and do you have anything that you can reflect back? They have the ability to come here and engage and ask questions, but that we all know is hard. So maybe we ought to seek a step.
Well, I can say that they're going to, the dean, not the deans and directors, but Tabogny is going to have a summer meeting. And so maybe that might be a nice time to bring that up as an agenda
At
item.
early or late summer? Do you remember?
I can't remember. It's June or July.
June.
So it would,
I just throw out, maybe we
Yeah,
can
it's a
decide
good
in
idea.
April, to get buy-in. We don't want them to be surprised the first time they see it is when it comes by a final vote up from the coordinating board. I don't, unless there's a prohibition to our doing that, it would be an opportunity for us to make sure that we've got it right.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to think about this a little bit more, but
Yeah.
I don't see an issue with sending it out for comment, and it can go out from the chairs and come back to the chairs.
So we can send it on behalf of the committee, we could send it out.
Yeah, for comment. I'll double check this afternoon, but I don't really see an issue with that at all.
Or maybe not the whole report, but rather a set of assumptions we're drawing from the data we're looking at, and we just want to validate we understood what they sent us. That's kind of the piece, because if they, at the end of the day, don't believe we heard them or we misunderstood them, those are challenges we don't want to face.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it'd certainly be appropriate to go back to the folks who submitted the surveys to
Right,
say.
that's the group.
Yeah, to say to them, this is what we thought you were telling us, and this is what we thought we were asking, this is what we thought you told us, this is what we thought we got for an answer. Does any of that match up with what you thought? And, I mean, because it happens, I mean,
Yeah.
people don't read the same question
Well,
the same way, and
and data's powerful because once
All
it's
kinds
out
of
there, then
things.
people start making decisions. And if the data's
yeah.
irrelevant
So that would
or
be entirely
inaccurate or not supportive of what they think is true, then repercussions can't be turned around, and it's hard.
And
I think if the board knew that this had been reviewed by the programs who submitted the data, it would be stronger evidence.
we have, our next meeting is April 18th, and then in looking at the minutes, it looks like we left August 1st open, but we don't have anything between April 18th and August 1st. So if we need to schedule another meeting, it's better to do that now so that we can put a hold on the boardroom.
and I think we're going to need the time. I think
Yeah,
we're going
just
to
to
need
sit
it.
and look at what we
Yeah.
have.
Yeah,
Don't you
and-
think maybe the latter part of June, or, I mean,
Yeah, and if for some reason you
For around
you
during
don't
the
need it,
summer?
then you can always cancel it, but it'd be better to put it on board now.
I will video.
oh, well.
Oh, you have a marriage? You have a marriage? In Italy? Yeah.
Oh, well, we're sorry.
In
That's
Italy,
nice.
it's in Italy?
Yeah, how nice.
Go to Italy?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Request for a travel voucher.
So are you out the whole month, Beth?
When are you gonna be gone?
Yeah, I leave June 11th.
And be gone the whole month?
I won't come back till August.
Can we do it before June 11th?
No, no, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Call in, yeah.
Can we do early June?
Beth, are you available in early June? The 7th is a Tuesday.
7th would be good.
Beth?
Which is not very fast, I have to admit.
I'm good either day, so it really doesn't matter to me.
I'm available the 7th.
What day's the wedding? So, is the 7th? Can most everybody make it? Okay, well, yeah.
one person.
Okay.
Just one small.
8th would be better for me. I teach, that's Monday's my day to teach, and I'd need that to travel, but you
Is the 8th
go
better?
ahead if
The
it-
7th is a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday.
I'm not here on the 8th.
You're not here, Donna's not here, so that kind of eliminates the, okay, so what about the 14th or 15th? Oh, Beth's not here, oh, Beth, oh, okay, yeah, that's right, she's 11.
7th, it does.
7th?
You're not here, you're here on the 7th, but not the 8th, or you're not here on either?
I'm here the 7th, but
Oh,
not
the
the 8th.
7th? Okay.
Let's
so
make it the
7th.
7th, because
Mandatory.
the 6th is the first day of summer school. It's too crazy.
Boca Raton, Florida.
So are we,
7th.
that we're good for the 7th, right? Okay.
So the 7th?
Yeah.
But I'm going to see if I can find out if the boardroom's available.
What would be an alternative date if we can't, if the room's not available?
How about the last week in May? Is there anything at the end of May?
My problem is it's Memorial Weekend. I mean, it's,
Well, after Memorial Weekend, when is?
oh, in May, I'm sorry.
30th, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah, Memorial
May
Day's
the 30th on that Monday is Memorial Day. That's,
So like June 1st or 2nd?
well, right now we'll go with the 7th, and Donna's looking furiously to see if she can find the room. So,
Was that the only date we wanted to check on?
is it not open?
I haven't gotten back, haven't gotten a response yet.
Somebody said the 1st or 2nd of June.
And
That's why she said.
yeah, I'm having surgery later on in June, and I don't have the exact date yet. That's why I was trying to, since Beth is going to be out too, I was trying to get us before Beth leaves, because I'll be out as well.
I'm going to hold for you to get to,
Okay.
you direct us.
So tentatively, either June the 1st or June the 7th, we'll wait on Donna to,
Okay.
I mean, June the 2nd, I'm sorry. Wait on Donna to. June 1st or June the 7th?
7th is the first.
Is that not what I said? Oh, you can't do the 1st?
You can't do the 1st?
Can you do the 2nd?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't do. That's why, just pick something down where the room's available, get everybody you can in the room and go for it. And we did 7th works.
Yeah, and may not even need it, but we won't take it.
I've texted 2 people to get a response.
Oh, jeez.
They brought you the book.
7th is booked.
Uh-oh. Well, take that one off.
May 31st?
I'm good with the 31st.
What about June 6th?
I'm good with that. Helen can't do it.
It's okay, it's the first day of classes in the summer session.
Works for me.
6th?
Escape.
I'm good with the 6th. I don't, do you? I can't.
Is it open?
Helen can't.
Oh, well, then do it.
The room is open.
The room is open.
I'll just have to.
So the 6th?
6.
I thought you said Helen couldn't be here. I could probably call.
We're doing Monday the 6th, is that what we're saying?
Yes,
Okay, just want to make sure I heard it right.
and because the room's available. Yes, we can get them to change. All right.
Okay, so we are calling adjournment at 2:15 PM. Thank you.
Thank you.